And good evening, everybody, and welcome into Albion College. I'm Jim Funderburg along with Jim Bellamy tonight on the Albion College Basketball, Briton's Basketball Network. And Jimmy, I'll tell you what, one of those Wednesday nights where there's a little snow on the ground. I don't think there's a lot of people that are going to show up, at least doesn't look like for the ladies game to start with. So hopefully that means there's a bunch of folks out waiting to watch this ball game on the stream tonight.
Yeah, I think coming up from Northwest Ohio to make the trip up here to Albion, Michigan tonight, there was a definite weather divide not too far across the state border. Seems like southern Michigan got hit by a little bit more of a snow front, and again, it's that time of year, especially in this part of the country. So if you're at home watching this, or even if you're someplace with friends or anything like that, hopefully you're staying warm and enjoying this broadcast. We're happy to bring you a doubleheader tonight of Briton's basketball.
Briton's coming in tonight. It's 7-4 in the conference, and they're 14-5 overall for the season. And Olivet basically on the other side of that of the ledger here as the Comets come into to the Kresge here this evening at 1-9 in the conference and 1-17 overall. And they've lost 2 in a row, including a real heartbreaker that they played over the weekend against Adrian. They lost back on Saturday 52-50, Jim.
Yeah, it was a tough game. Bulldogs started on a 7-2 run. Olivet countered with their own 7-2 run early. Knotted that one up at 9, and then they ended up tied at 13 as well. It was just a back-and-forth game. Both free throws were made by Sadia Johnson in the end, though. Got a steal and a foul with just over 8 seconds left. Knocked both free throws down, and that ended up being the difference as Adrian was able to pull out a 52-50 game. Comets didn't have a good look at tying right there to try to send that to overtime. So difficult way to drop a game. And again, with only one victory on the season, you look at games like that, and you're always saying when you have a less than stellar record, you're wondering when you're due. You always hear people say, "Oh, they're due, they're due." And I think that was probably a game when looking back, I think the Comets will look at that and they'll say, "I think that was ours," and they kind of let that one slip. You have to credit, as you always do, you have to credit Adrian for getting the steal, knocking down the free throws in a pressure situation. But that's one I think Olivet would like probably to play those last 10, 15 seconds back, take better care of that ball and get one shot for if nothing else, send it over to.
No doubt about that. Well, the Lady Britons come in after a real tough Saturday as well. They played at Trine over the weekend, and they dropped a 69-45 contest at Trine. They only shot 28%. They had 17 turnovers, and they finished with 11 fewer rebounds than Trine on that Saturday afternoon. And I'll tell you what, Jim, you want to talk about a hangover? The Lady Brits on Wednesday night had pulled off that big upset over Hope. And so an 83-77 win over Hope on Wednesday night that went into overtime, and they were able to pull that ball game out. So you do expect maybe a little bump like that when you knock off Hope, who basically, along with Trine, are the #1 team in this conference. Is Hope and Trine both 10-1 right now in the conference on the season, as you can see in the graphic on the screen.
I think Hope was 6th ranked at the time, too.
Yeah,
is that correct?
They really were.
Yeah, so, that was a huge victory for Coach Carden, and great job by the ladies. And we saw the makings the last broadcast we did. You saw the intensity, and you saw them put a nice 4 quarters of basketball together, and it was a real treat to see that on GoBrits.com that they were able to knock off a top 10 team, tremendous team. Hope still, as you see on the graphic on the screen, in first place, tied for first. Half a game up in overall record over Trine with that additional victory. Calvin right there at 9-2. But the Brits holding on to that number 4 spot. Only a game up over Adrian, and then 3.5 clear of Alma, 4 up in the win column.
And I'll tell you, when you take a look at that and you look at the schedule that's coming up, Adrian comes to town over the weekend, so a big Saturday for the Britons. And you hope that they're not looking past Olivet and the Comets here tonight, Jim, because as you said, they gave Adrian all they wanted over the weekend, and this could be one of those real tough Wednesday nights if you're looking towards Saturday right now.
Certainly like to think that Coach Carden has knocked that proverbial rust off of that last game that they had. They faced a tremendous team. There's no question about it. But like you said, coming off the high of beating Hope, losing as bad as they did to Trine, I think you just you shake the funk off of last week and you focus on this week. And you really can't afford to look past any one team at this point. Saturday could be separation Saturday, but if you look past a game like tonight with a team that's hungry, again, a team that's due, like I said earlier, this could be the kind of game that could be a trap game. And then instead of playing for separation on Saturday to go maybe 2.5 up, you're looking to maybe crawl back into the 4th spot.
Yeah.
And this just, you control it. You have home court tonight. You're playing a team that on paper it looks like you should beat, but you have to go out there and you have to put 4 solid quarters of basketball together to earn it.
You really do. For the Britons, they come in. They're 7-3 here at home, 5-2 away. So a good winning record. Something the men have had some difficulties with here this year, but the ladies have been able to take care of home court quite nicely. They're scoring 75 a game compared to 58 points a game for their opponents. They're shooting on the season, or at this point in time, a pretty decent percentage here at 42.6%, and they're holding their opponents down to 38.3%. So all in all, I've been in looking at the stats over the season, it's really kind of fun because we update, and it's been a couple of weeks since we've been back up here. But when you start to update and you update minutes played per game, you update scoring, rebounds, these types of things. It's really kind of funny this late into the season how close everything is. And the thing that gets me the most is how the rotations are set right now, because when you take a look at the ladies and how many minutes they're playing every game, it was basically on the nose as to where it was the last time. When you start to look at minutes for O'Curry, 24.4 right now. She was at 24.3 last time we were here 2 weeks ago. So your rotations are pretty well there. Your coaches just get into a rhythm and a habit, and they know when they're going to shift and when they're going to exchange their lineups, and it just seems like it works. Obviously, there's a little discretion from one game to the next where you think, well, maybe this young lady's going to be able to match up a little better with this one, so she'll get an extra couple of minutes, but it's really kind of amazing how the stats by this time of the year are similar from 2 weeks ago to today.
Yeah, coaches not only do a tremendous job managing the rotations, they have their rhythm down, like you said, but I think at this point in the season also, especially a player like O'Curry, I think they've earned the right to maybe call the coach and say, might be in maybe an 0 for 5 shooting slump. And, usually you would sit a player like that down for a few minutes, let them readjust, encourage them a little bit, coach them up, and then send them back out. But I think at this point in the season, players have also earned that respect and trust of the coach to be able to call the coach, maybe during a timeout or from the floor and say, no, leave me in. I know how to correct. I know how to shake this off, or I'm just going to work a little harder on the defensive end until the offensive side picks back up. So it's definitely a fascinating thing. One of the things, Jim, that I'm really interested in tonight, we talk a lot about O'Curry. We haven't seen a breakout game from O'Curry in the broadcast sweep. Now, granted, we've only done 2 women's games so far. This will be number 3, and this will be the final night of broadcast that we do on the Briton Basketball Network. But I haven't seen a breakout game from O'Curry, and she still leads the conference in points per game.
Yeah.
So it's one of those where, hopefully tonight, the third and final broadcast we do of the women's schedule, that we see that breakout game that she's been showing pretty much the rest of the season. So that's one of the things that I'm really hoping to see tonight.
2 individual notes right now. Coach Doreen Carden is going after win number 250 tonight. Coach Carden with a very nice career here at Albion, and I'm sure if you ask her right now, that doesn't mean too much to her. A win tonight's a win is a win, but hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to Coach Carden after the ball game. You see her there on your screen after she does pick up number 250. And the other side was an injury situation. Evelyn Wishmeyer will not play tonight. She's been battling a shoulder for the entire season and bumped it a little bit yesterday. She is in civvies tonight, so she'll not be in the lineup this evening, and Brittany Lutz will replace her in the lineup there.
Looking at the rest of the schedule in the scheduled games, Jim, Illinois Tech was scheduled to travel to Trine. Kazu is at Alma, Hope is at Calvin, and Adrian is also in St. Mary's. The latter two are 7:30 tips. The prior two were scheduled to be 6 p.m. tips, but as I understand that weather might have wreaked havoc a little bit with one of those games. Is that right?
Yeah, you kind of wonder. I didn't get a chance to ask Bobby, but I think that might have been the case with that ball game between Illinois Tech and Trine. And again, as we are Ohioans coming up here into Michigan today, our video replay engineer here tonight, we got to a spot and she went, "Whoa!" And we said, "What happened there, Sam?" And she goes, "There was snow, and now there's no snow, and now there is snow. What happened?" So, that's kind of what happened at this point in time. With that, why don't we turn it over to the PA announcer here tonight. We'll get the starting lineups and the national anthem here on the Britons Basketball Network. Tonight it's the Olivet Comets versus the Albion Britons in the opener of the basketball game, and we'll have the men's game then after that with Calvin and Albion. With that, we'll send it down to the floor.
It is now time to introduce the starting lineups for each team participating in tonight's contest. As always, we will begin with the visitors from Olivet. At forward, a 5'10" freshman from Martin, number 52, Jasmine Baker. For Albion forward, a 5'11" freshman from Waterford, Michigan, number 32, Emily Burns. For Olivet forward, a 5'8" senior from Jenison, number 32, Katie McKinney. For the Briton forward, a 5'10" junior from St. Clair Shores, Michigan, number 10, Avery Nelson. For the Comets at guard, a 5'7" senior from Byron Center, number 24, Jake Nichols. For the Briton guard, a 5'9" freshman from Jackson, Michigan, number 12, Brittany Lutz. For Olivet guard, a 5'3" junior from Albion, number 4, Stephanie Cochran. For the Briton guard, a 5'2" senior from Macomb, Michigan, number 21, Olivia Savage. Lastly, for the Comets at guard, a 5'5" senior from Clinton Township, number 5, Lisa Golder. And last but not least, for Albion guard, a 5'3" senior from Dearborn Heights, number 4, Coriana Curry.
And there you have the starting lineups for both teams here tonight. And the one change on the Comets side, Jimmy, Olivia Ricketts also not playing tonight. She's not feeling well, and so Stephanie Cochran, number 4, will start in her place. So it'll be Cochran, Fortner, Nichols, McKinnon, and Hildebrand there for the visiting Comets, who are in their red unis with the silver and black trim and white. And for the Britons, O'Curry, Aaron Nelson, Brittany Lutz, Liv Savage, and Emily Burness tonight for the home Britons tonight. And Expect a pretty good basketball game. Obviously, when you take a look at this Comets team that comes in here, they will miss Ricketts a little bit. She's played pretty well for them, but Nichols is the young lady that really has been carrying the load for them. 14 points a game, actually playing almost 36 minutes a contest, Jim. So that's a little bit that's putting in some overtime.
Absolutely, out of 40 minutes, 4 10-minute quarters as we tip, get a tie, no clean possession, and the Comets finally scoop.
Cochran was the one that came up with it. She dished it over to Fortner, and she'll bring it to the front court. Back over to Hildebrand, and then swing it to the left side. This should be an interesting ball game as the Comets try to feed it inside. A little too tall for Jillian Nichols, and you can see they're trying to get Nichols right in the offensive swing of things early as they'll pick up at midcourt.
Turnover there.
A little bit too tall on that pass, and the Britons, I don't know whether they expected that three-quarters court pressure, and then it threw them off just a little bit, but the pass a little bit high, and the turnover sends them back, and a nice job by Curry to get a hand on the ball. Shot from the corner is no good. Rebound comes off to Lutz, and the Brits are going to run it. Savage kicks it over to Nelson. Nelson runs through the trees, and we've got a whistle and a travel call. So the Britons have had the ball twice now, and they have turned the ball over both times.
Had a jump stop in the paint there, Jim. Kicked the right foot forward, then replanted, and then took a step with the left foot. That's not even in the pros do you get away with that.
Nick Ingalls is the coach here tonight for the Comets. He's in his first year, and we'll talk a little bit about him as the night goes on. As the Comets get the ball to the free throw line, the jump shot by Hildebrand is no good, and the Brits right there to pull it down.
No
Nelson.
Comets in the paint, Jim, for the rebound. So good job by the Brits to clean house on the defensive glass.
Jump shot for three in the corner, and the first shot of the night for the Britons goes home. And it's Britons 3, Comets 0 here on the Albion Briton Sports Network.
Liv Savage from the left corner with the triple right there.
Brits with some good defense, but Hildebrand gets open on the block and lays that one in. It's 3-2.
Well, it's what we talked about last time we saw the Brits play, Jimbo. They keep their head up dribbling, and that's what the Comets did right there. Kept their head up, saw the open look.
Nelson with a little bit of an off-balance hook shot, and it goes in. It's 5-2.
She scored 16 points last time against Olivet, Jim. So she's found a comfort zone playing against this particular team.
Well, at this time of the season, you know, you've seen everybody once. You're on that second go-round as the jump ball will go back to the Britons. You've seen everybody one time around, so you know their moves, you know what they're going to do. There's no surprises on a Wednesday night here at the Kresge.
Well, that's also, you know, something that a coach, I know players have their tendencies, but that's something also a coach needs to say is, okay, last time, you know, if she got 16 on us, this time just throw your hands up right away when she catches in the low post. Just do something to throw her off her game so she can't get it back into the routine again.
Three-pointer from the corner. It catches nothing but nets for Emily Burness, and the Brits are 2 for 2 downtown.
That was a beautiful-looking shot from that right side, too, Jim.
Nice movement on the basketball as they moved it back and forth and got that look from the right corner. And the reach-in will go against Jillian Nichols then, so it'll be a common foul. Savage picks up the foul, her first, and number 1 on the team. And they will inbounds to Nichols again. She's being guarded by Lutz at this point, and it's a young lady that you really want to keep an eye on because she is the one young lady that can turn the game around. And she's not going to go sit down too much. As we said, 36 minutes a night. Jump shots up, no good. Rebound comes off to Savage as she runs it down and throws it off of Lisa Fortner.
But then it ended up hitting Savage.
Hit her before she could get away from it, so it will stay with the Comets there in the corner.
Yep. Good thought.
Brits off to a good, quick lead, 8-2 here in the first quarter.
But here's where 8-2, again, we say this every time, 8-2 needs to become like 15-2.
Nichols no good. Rebound by Lutz, and the Brits have the basketball again, and they're on the run. Here comes Curry. Down to Savage in the same spot they hit the last three, and that seems like to be the magic spot right now, Jim. Brits are 2 for 2 from that spot.
Savage has 2 threes herself.
3 for 3 from behind the arc here early, and they're pressuring the ball. Curry gets the basketball.
See if she can get an and one.
got some help, leaves it short. Rebound is
There you go.
tipped around, then picked up and put back in by Burness. And just like that, I think Olivet wants to talk it over.
And we said 8-2 needs to be 13-2, 15-2. Now it's 13-2. So this is exactly what the Brits need. They need to run. They need to establish dominance. They basically just need to let them know in no uncertain terms, look, tonight's our night.
Yeah, well, you need to do that. You need to put them away.
Yep.
Put them away early. As you see a couple of the replays, here's a swing into the corner. This is that very first three by Savage, I believe.
Savage is out in the corner there.
And the Brits, I'll tell you what, they have been, the ball movement has been impressive so far for the Britons, I think. They've moved it well. It doesn't get stagnant. It doesn't stay in anybody's hands. They're hitting their spots. They're throwing their passes. They're finding the open person, and they're getting that shot off.
Here's the other three by Savage, I believe. Nope. Speed of three in the corner.
That's Burness, I believe, on that one. Boom, right on in.
So the corners were good. The elbows were good. I mean, there so far hadn't really been a bad spot.
There you go. Almost that same identical
You're
spot
right,
that Burness hit that one.
Yep.
And they knocked those two down. So they're 3 for 3 from downtown here tonight.
And again, that's the first shot for Curry. Still waiting for that. I mean, granted,
It's early.
very early in the game, but you see her with the impressive statistics she's had all season, and then the two games we've seen, it's like she gets a decent amount of points, but she really has to work for them. So I'd love to see that breakout game for Curry tonight.
Brittany McDuffie checks in. She's number 30, and we got a whistle as they stepped out of bounds over on the end line there. That's Kaylee Hancock. So a couple of changes there for the Lady Comets, and now the Britons will make a change as well as Zagoda will check in for the Brits.
And Jim, as you mentioned in your notes, Hancock missed last season with an injury, and you can see that large wrap on her knee.
Zagoda with a little up fake, and she got Hancock in the air and laid that one in easily. So the Brits now on a 15-2 run to start this ball game.
Yep, just keep it going. Get the trap, get the turnover. There you go. Now head up, gets spacing. Beautiful pass. There you go.
Burness with an easy lay-in on the other end.
It's a clinic so far, Jim.
17-2, 6 minutes still to play in this opening quarter, and they are just absolutely running away here early. I'll tell you what, that's exactly what you wanted to see out of these guys. Maybe check a couple stats, Jimmy, but I'll tell you what, we're shooting lights out at this point. Not really sure exactly where Olivet really has not had that many shots even on to be able to take here.
No, we'll get down to the stats. 1 of 6 for Olivet from the floor, so really nothing to talk about scoring-wise for the Comets yet. 5 turnovers and 9 points off of turnovers for the Brits. So, that's something that the Comets are definitely going to need to correct. They have to take better care of that ball. Brits have turned it over twice already, but Olivet has not scored off those turnovers. 7 of 8 shooting for the Brits, something that you would love to continue. Don't think the team's going to shoot 88% the whole game, but if they did, this game is going to get ugly quick. Got a trip.
And that was Amari Brown who checked in on that dead ball. Trip will go against the Britons against Burness, and that will be her first foul, and it'll be the second on the team.
Going for a 2-person trap just off the top of the key right there. Tried to step through, stepped on a player's foot for a trip. Unintended, but you have to call.
Brits about to make a couple substitutions. Tiara Orban goes to the scorer's table along with Sam Carter.
Good switch on defense up top by the Brits. Good communication, good switch again. They're playing really sound defense right now, Jim.
They really are, and you got to be happy at this time of year to be able to have that going on. Jillian Nichols gets her first bucket of the night after a nice little spin move in the paint. Savage gives it back to Curry. Curry will try to drive that baseline and kick out, but we'll have a whistle and a hold on McDuffie.
Yep. McDuffie was playing her fairly physical from the time she got to about the 3-point line right there. Kind of using that left hand to reach in just a little bit and grab just to hold Curry kind of in her spot. And she got, a little bit too much of a body bump as she started the drive.
Fairbanks also, Mackenzie Fairbanks will check in as well for the Britons. So they substitute 3 in as Carter sets everything in motion. Jump shot is a little bit too far, and it goes right in the hands of Lisa Fortner.
That's, sometimes when things are going as well as they are for the Britons, everybody who gets the ball automatically gets that surge of adrenaline and wants to put that one up. And I think all that was just an adrenaline miss right there. You get so fired up, so charged up when you shoot. Sometimes you just put a little bit too much on it.
Carter gives it to Zagota, and she'll look for a pass. Back to Carter on the left side.
Not very good spacing on this possession by the Brits, Jim. You see 4 of them for a moment, almost within arm's length of each other at the top of the 3-point line.
Tiara Orban, who is a young lady that has not played an awful lot in the games we've seen. 6 to shoot, 5 to shoot.
Good poke.
Zagota has it knocked away over to Lisa Fortner, and she's going to bring it in a hurry. And the Brits with a good job by Curry to get back. Cut that drive off and make them run that offense.
And that's what you need to do for the Brits. If you want to keep them from getting back in this game, you eliminate transition opportunities.
Britons with some good defense as the shot clock gets to 10.
No movement really by the Comets, Jim.
Carter on Fortner. Swings it to the right side. The jump shot will be a little too tall.
Oh,
Curry got
that,
bounced on the inside,
Goodness,
but no
same
call.
Young lady, Jim.
And it comes down to Zagota, and she's going to bring it up in a hurry. Little stutter step, then kick to the corner, back out to Curry.
Very physical.
She works her way through the paint. She got it to go, but I don't think the continuation will go with that one. She was actually fouled almost at the free throw line. Was able to knock that one in, though.
Mari Brown on that call right there, Jim. And we say physical defense, physical play, not bad physical play. I mean, they're playing tough.
Yeah, they really are. You're going to earn your points is what they're telling you.
Absolutely, yeah.
We're from Olivet, and we're going to make you earn anything you get here tonight.
And that's okay.
And the Brits have done a good job of earning 17 here early, haven't they, huh?
Yep, and they've done a lot of that by not allowing the Comet defense to get set.
Zagota back out to Orban, and Zagota with a 3, and yes, sir.
And that angle a little bit more friendly. The side one, I think, again, you get that adrenaline surge out, and now you're back to just your normal shot mechanics.
Zagota hitting 36.5% as the drive will be a little bit awkward and come off on the front end of the rim. Zagota with a head fake.
Almost used those feet in that head fake, though, Jim.
Yep, she just about had the feet moving a little bit too early, didn't she? And too often.
Yep.
Zagota again from this side.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. She's 2 for 2, so she's going to up that average just a little bit here tonight.
5 of 6 from three-point destination so far.
I'll tell you what, Brits have a 23-4 lead, and we still have 3 to play in the opening period.
That's a pretty good first quarter.
Kick out for 3 for Olivet, and that time it goes down, and that is 23 Kaylee Hancock that puts that one down. So, yeah, this has been a very quick start, Jen. That's what you asked for, and that's what Coach Cardin's giving you here tonight. Carter over to Orban. Brits trying to make a few cuts underneath, and then all of a sudden Zagota says, let's just try one more, and that one almost went down as well.
I was going to say again. Goodness gracious.
Tapped out of bounds, but it went off of Jillian Nichols. It'll stay with the Britons. They'll inbounds underneath their bucket and get a fresh 30.
Still 5 of 7 from 3.
That's phenomenal.
Pretty good.
Yeah, I'd say so. Since as a team on the year, they're shooting 33%. So, yeah, they've upped their game just a little bit as Mackenzie Fairbanks on the inbounds pass gets an easy one. 25-7 now. And again, the Brits with that full court pressure. Carter takes it away, but the ball hits the sideline and goes out of bounds. It will be Olivet basketball, even though Carter came up with it on the bounce.
Yep. Got the steal, but then ended up hitting the sideline before she was able to collect.
Britain's off to a good start. I'll tell you what, I would think that Coach May is maybe taking a few notes down there in the corner with his men's club tonight. He'd like to see that same thing happen as this jump shot's a little wide by Hancock. And the Britons have it, and they're running. Fairbanks kicks back outside. Zagota from straight on. No, a little too hard, and the rebound comes on to Cochran.
And the Brits kind of bailed on that rebound, too. She knocked down so many in this first quarter that I think they kind of just assumed that one was going in. Still have to maintain discipline on the offensive glass.
Hancock with the basketball. She was left all by herself in the corner a minute ago, and they missed her. By the time she got the ball back, she had Sam Carter all over. Straight on 3, a little short and wide to the right. And O'Curry has played every minute of this first quarter. Comes down, Sam Carter, I'm sorry, got it. I'm going to mix those two up every now and then because that is, for my money, O'Curry's replacement for next year as the turnover gives the ball back to Olivet. Both of them very athletic young ladies, and it's going to be fun to watch her progress the next couple of years as well. We have a whistle and a force out on the corner. We're going to call a foul. Yep.
Call in Kenny Fairbanks, I think. Yeah,
So-
two people, including Fairbanks, kind of using that sideline and just a little friendly nudge out of bounds. But official right there on the spot. Good call. You can't use those legs. You know, you have your arms up and you say, well, my hands were straight up. I wasn't doing it, you know, but it's that right leg you were using to kind of
bump just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little scooch.
Lutz checks back in along with Curry and Savage for the Britons as we wind down that last minute here of the first quarter. Bounce pass goes inside. Turn around, spin, no good, and Fairbanks
nice
is there
move.
to pull down the rebound. Savage cross court to Curry. She'll drive. She's fearless going through the middle like that. She has that one put back in her face, but the foul will go against McKinnon. And tell you what, probably one of the shorter young ladies on the floor, but not afraid to go towards that rim.
No.
Good elevation and is not, 3-on-1. I think the odds are in my favor, is what O'Curry says.
Scoreless in the first quarter.
Yeah, that's unusual.
25 points for the team, and O'Curry still has yet to put a point on the board, looking to knock the second free throw down to extend the lead to 19 to get her on the board.
Hits 8 out of 10 of them, so missing the opener is a little bit unusual. And she missed them both, but the rebound comes off to the Britons. Nice job by Lutz to pull that down.
Yep. Hold now. Run the clock down.
Gives it to Curry. Brits will have to give this back to Olivet at least one more time, as about a 10-second differential between the shot and the game clock right now.
Patience.
12 seconds to shoot here for the Britons. 7 inside.
Yeah, had to call that.
To Fairbanks, and she is kind of locked up down underneath by McKinnon. That'll be 2 on McKinnon as she picks up 2 of them here late. And with 22 ticks left, the shot clock goes dark here at the Kresge. And the Brits will get a chance to maybe take the last shot here of the quarter if they want. Zagota will check in. Carter will sit down.
McKinnon, Jim, one of almost a handful of junior college transfers on this team.
They had, I'll tell you what, they got 3 of them last year and 1 this year. So it is an interesting arrangement. I'd like to be able to get into and talk to their coach a little bit more, Zach Ingles. He's basically his dad is a long-term basketball coach, and his sister as well a basketball coach. And we'll talk a bit about that as the game goes on. But he somehow has got a wishing well out there that he can pull some people in with. Curry fires with 3, a little too hard. Rebound comes off to Olivet, and that should do it for the quarter. They'll not even get a shot off. So we played 1 here. And the Brits with a very comfortable 25-7 lead. And I would have to think right now, Coach Carden feeling pretty well about everything that's going on.
Certainly liking that first quarter. Don't like the way they finished that first quarter, though. I mean, if you're looking for anything that you can coach up at the end of one to keep them focused, you always, as a coach, you have to balance that fine line between, if things are going really well, you want to congratulate the team on the effort and keep that positive momentum going. But you also realize that even in a really good first quarter like they had, there are opportunities to continue to improve.
Yeah.
Just like if they were on the other end of this equation and they only had 7 in that first quarter, getting outscored, 25-7, they would look at the things that were positive that they did, so the young ladies weren't hanging their heads on the bench. And so, it's definitely a balancing act. But I look at the way they closed that first quarter. I certainly see opportunities to continue to run that offense that was working for them. They had a couple of different possessions near the end of that first quarter where, again, you had 4 at the top of the key. It's probably a set that they're running, but there didn't look like there was a whole lot of motion within those 4 players. They all looked like they could reach out and touch hands.
Yeah.
And as large as that half-court space is, that's one of those things where you look at and you say, I think we need, maybe a little bit more motion. Maybe we need to create some screens. They were getting good looks with open players underneath. You have to credit the Comets for, I don't know if they switched to a 2-3 zone or if they just started playing more disciplined with that person in the middle of the 2-3 zone underneath. But, they've done a better job near the end of the quarter, also getting down and cutting off those open looks under the basket.
Olivet will start with Fortner, Nichols, McKinnon, and Hildebrand. And we'll get you the Britons lineup here in just a second, but it was Erin Nelson that knocked that basketball out of bounds. She's joined with Emily Burness out there, Curry, also let's see, Savage, and I'm looking for one more number out there, and I believe that is Zagoda.
Zagoda.
Yep, Zagoda's the 5th. So those are the 5 that the Britons put on the floor right now, and they open up with a comfortable 18-point lead, and that tenacious defense again underneath that Comet basket.
And this is the thing that when you have the lulls like they did at the end of that first quarter, this is the response you want to see out of the Brits. You want to see the intensity on defense pick up. So if they're not knocking shots down, they're making sure that the opponent isn't knocking shots down either.
3-point shot was a little short. Savage tips to Zagoda, and she's flying.
There you go.
Nice
Beautiful.
3-point look for Savage that won't go down, and then a little bit of a trip underneath, but they're just going to call it incidental contact, I think is what the official says. You got your legs wrapped up underneath of you, ladies. Both of you head the other direction, and the ball will go towards Olivet.
As 52, Jasmine Hildebrandt, I think she was going for the rebound, kind of went through.
Yeah, it appeared that there was,
but
if you were going to call one, it had to go against the red, I would believe, but it wasn't called at all.
I think they just look at it as 2 players going for the ball. There's Curry getting the steal. See if she can convert here. Got the foul. Still like to see her knock a shot down. Still scoreless.
Yeah, that's hard to imagine that she would go an entire quarter without a point. Only really a couple of opportunities from the field, and they've been difficult ones just like that one. Really hasn't gotten a good open look at the basket from anywhere outside of about 5 feet. And this is her 3rd time at the free throw line, so she's now 1 for 4.
First point of the night.
Curry shooting 80%, as we said, from the line. She's shooting 44% from the field on the year, and almost 30% from behind the arc. So she is really more of a 15, 18-foot jump shot, and also that drive to the bucket, because she loves going that way. Wide open, Olivet Comet. That's Brittany McDuffie that was just standing there waiting for the pass and the easy lay-in. Just underway here. Britons with a 27-9 lead here in the second period. Doubleheader tonight. We've got the Calvin Knights and the Britons men's game after this one. Jump shot no good by Zagoda. Rebound pulled down by Nelson, and she'll kick it back out to Curry.
Good job holding on to that ball, not allowing the tie-up right there. You had 2 different sets of hands reaching in for the tie-in.
Curry put it on the floor and then threw it over to Savage, and Savage has another one. I'll tell you what, that spot's been pretty good to us as well here today. Savage makes it 30 now.
And they had missed, I don't know, maybe at least 2 or 3 threes before knocking that one down. So it had a little cold stretch, but again, you look at the scoreboard, and they've only given up those 2 points during that a major portion of that cold stretch. So that's what you want. You want to see, if you're not knocking them down, you want to see them start to pick up the intensity on the defense. You really did at the beginning of that second quarter, diving after those loose balls, knocking the passes out of bounds, frustrating the Comets offense.
Hancock checks in for Olivet.
Got away with a little walk there.
Zagoda kicks it in the corner, then
Nice
inside
pass.
to Nelson. Off the glass, no good, but there's a whistle and harm underneath.
I think that'll get foul on Hildebrandt, I believe.
If you joined us here a little bit late and you're wondering why Evelyn Wishmeyer has not been in the ball game tonight, Evelyn been working with a little bit of a problem with that shoulder all year long. Bumped it a little bit in practice yesterday. Hopefully she'll be back this Saturday and be ready to play, but just really precautionary tonight, setting her down, letting her rest here this evening on a night where hopefully the Brits really don't need it. And so far, it's kind of proven to be a good night to set her down and let her get a little more healthy, as the first free throw missed by Erin Nelson.
2 games a week pretty much the rest of the way until you get to tournament time, and then it's a busy weekend. So, it's one of those where if you can take a night, it's a good night to take. Just rest it up.
Britons with some real good hands, as Burness almost got one, and Curry almost got one early.
Yep. Comets still trying to invent themselves on offense.
Fortner able to get it into Collins, Tyree Collins, and again, I tell you, Britain's defense has really been stingy early. Zagoda for 3. That one caught glass.
She's back at that spot.
Yeah, it is.
Down in the corner. Must be some magic down there that I'm not aware of.
Something they like down in that corner tonight, and that's just fine with me. 3-point on the other end by Olivet. Again, a little bit too long, and the Britons Emily Burness pulls it down, and they're running again.
Nice pass.
Long pass to Savage, right hand no good, but the Zagota for the putback, and then the rebound comes over everybody's head and goes into the hands of Tykia Collins.
Oh, yeah. I have to credit the Comets right there, Jim. Didn't give them 2 easy looks, even though they were point-blank shots.
Yep. They were contested shots, and I thought we were going to have just an easy one. So good effort again by the Comets. You're right.
Nice move. Just didn't get it to drop right there.
Hildebrand tried it, and a little too hard. Comets having a real cold night of basketball right now. They reach in on and a little frustration, I believe,
Careful.
on
Yeah.
Jillian Nichols as she kind of slammed that basketball down to the floor.
Dribbled it and then spiked it.
Gave it a little fist bump there, as I guess we would say.
Oh, there you
huh?
go. There you go. That's what it was.
It was a big old slap into the ground. She wasn't happy with that call, but I think a legitimate call is Brit's substitute. Orban comes in, Carter comes in, Lutz comes in for the Britons.
Well, almost got it to drop.
Orban with the drive almost knocked that one down.
And I think that's kind of been the story of this first half for the Comets, Jim. You had 2 different defensive plays going on. You had a strip, and then you had a bump. And the person, I believe, who did the bump after the strip was the one who got called for the foul. So, the person who slammed the ball down, maybe dribbled it a little hard, however you want to put that, was the one who reached in and got the steal. And she did everything by the book. And they still got a foul called on them. So, you totally understand the frustration.
Tiara Orban, who hits 42% from the charity stripe, hits both of those. Her first 2 points of the night. And the Brits stretch the lead now to 36-11.
Maybe we need to try to ask if we can shoot our free throws from down in the corner.
Yeah, that would be a good situation over here. And
nobody misses down
either
there.
one of the wings over here. We'll just shoot one and let it count for 2. How's that?
That'll work.
6 minutes to play in the second quarter here, and the Brits cruising with 8 seconds to shoot now for Olivet.
And you see sideways dribbling.
And she finds Collins down on the low block, so a nice job by Jillian Nichols to dish off and get the easy bucket. Orban has it kicked away, and Nichols is right there to pick it up off the floor here at the Kresge. Running in a hurry, out of control, but we're going to get a whistle, and that'll go against Fairbanks. I'll tell you what.
And the helper call right there, Jim.
Brittany McDuffie was doing everything she could to lose track of that basketball, but give her credit.
Hey, got the shot up, got the whistle.
Got to the rim and drew the foul, but boy, she looked a little like me getting down that floor there for a minute there.
Oh, she's way faster than you are.
Yeah, she's way faster and way better. There's no doubt about that. I was just trying to exaggerate just a little bit there.
Sorry, I'll let you have your moment next time.
Okay, please, man. I'm an old guy. I wouldn't make it down that far in the court right at this point in time. I'd take 2 steps and I'd need to stop and grab some oxygen.
We need conveniently placed chairs throughout the court. I have a seat for a little bit.
Yep, 3 steps and I'd be looking to the bench going, Coach,
can I have the remote 2-1 down here? I can't sit without a remote in my hand.
Hit 1 of 2, and the Brits lead now 36-14. Orban with the up fake and the kick back outside, and the 3-point shot again from that right corner. It's Emily Burness, and I think, is that 3 for Burness now tonight, Jimmy? She's got 10 points. I think she's got 3.
2 for 2 from
2
3.
for 2.
Yep. 3 made field goals, 2 threes.
Nice situation there by the Britons to be able to hit that long distance shot tonight. Talked to Coach about that after the ball game tonight. We'll get a chance to talk to Doreen. And all of a sudden, one goes down for Jillian Nichols, who's really had a tough night, only 4 points. She's averaging 16 a game, and at this rate, she's not going to get there. Orban, cross court. Carter, jumper, off the back iron, no good, but Burness has it off the floor.
Oh!
And then we get a little push from the back.
Foul, yep.
Jamie Hubbard got harmed. I don't know. Drio had to ask. Jamie was basically a 4x400 and 4x800 relay runner in high school. Is Hubbard on the track team with you? Jamie Hubbard, is she a runner as well? She's what? Yeah, on outdoor. Okay, yeah. Our camera op here is a indoor track person, and so I just had to ask. But she was quite the high school runner, and I expected that she was part of the outdoor track. The rebound comes down to a top jump ball, and it will stay with the Britons underneath the bucket.
Megan Sisko on the tie right there for the Comets, but even the possession arrow going the way of the Britons so far in this first half.
40-16, jump shot by Burness, a little short, and the rebound will come off to the Comets, and there will be a whistle and a foul against the Brits. Will that be against Hubbard? Yep. So Hubbard will get the foul. That'll be number 1 on her. And on the Britons, guys, at this point in time, only 2 team fouls on the Britons here in this quarter. Ball comes into the front court. Britons again with some really good pressure, and Olivet's having some problems here with that. Again, a relatively young team here that they brought in as the ball goes out of bounds and will go back over to the Britons. But you take a look at this team. They have, Hancock is a senior, Nichols is a senior, McKinnon and Ricketts a senior, and Ricketts not playing tonight along with Fortner. But an awful lot of these young ladies on this floor here this evening are youngsters because from that there are no juniors on their lineup. Well, in fact, just one. That's Cochran. Everybody else are sophomores and freshmen on this basketball team. 2 players open
underneath. And Miss Carter.
Orban with 7 to shoot, 6-5 from the free throw line, and then she thought she was kicking that ball back out to Brittany Lutz, and Lutz had moved at that point, so the ball actually went to the Olivet bench. And Coach Zach Engels able to pick that bad boy up. So Olivet with the basketball with 3:46 to play, quarter number 2. They're down 24.
Get you some individual scoring at the next stop. Ooh.
Oh boy, that pivot foot was almost come unglued there, as they say, huh? Brown kicks it over to Nichols, and then she throws it back to Brown.
And the reason she had to throw that back was when she caught that deflection, had to dribble it once. Real quick on the individual scoring, Emily Zagota with 11, Emily Burness with 10, Savage with 9, Nelson with 3, Orban, Curry, and Fairbanks with 2 apiece, and Hubbard with 1 for the Brits. For the Comets, Collins with 6, Nichols with 4, Hancock 3, Hildebrand 2, and McDuffie 1. Not a whole lot of scoring, as you can see, 16 points total in this first half for the Comets. Got to pick up the pace on the offensive end if you're the Comets. It just looks like they're still trying to kind of figure out their rhythm on offense.
Jump shot will be a little wide, but Savage fights for it. She came in on that last dead ball. And
from her knees.
Kick it back outside to Zagota, who says, hey, I can hit him from anywhere in here tonight.
And how about that for hustle on Olivia Savage, Jim? Went for the rebound in the middle of all the talls, lost her balance from her knees, not only got the ball but maintained composure, got that kick, and look at the hustle, how contagious it is.
Brittany Lutz was able to save that one, and the Britons are playing a magnificent basketball game, and Zagota says, yes, sir, I can do that.
This is a first half for the books.
Biggest lead of the night is 30 now, and Curry almost had a takeaway.
Good kick.
Down in the corner, and the jump shot will be short, and Burness is there to pick up the rebound.
Don't throw it now. Well,
Savage had to come back and get that one. Curry dribbles in. Ball got knocked away from her. Burness right in her hands, and she couldn't knock it down. And the rebound does come off to Olivet.
Again, sometimes the bounces just going your way, and that was one where if they would have knocked it down, you just, well, that's the kind of night we're having right now.
Oh my goodness, nice move by Brittany McDuffie to get around 3 Britons and be able to scoop that one up and in. So the lead now cut back to 46-18 with 1:51 to play, and a timeout on the floor. And I'll tell you what, Jimmy, this has been a very impressive first half of basketball. I'm not sure whether win number 250 has anything to do with this, or more than likely, as you talked about early, Coach just saying, let's get out and get after them tonight and not let them have any hope.
Yep, and I think, again, you wondered if it had the potential to be a trap game, and if you're looking forward to this weekend, I think our question has been answered.
Sure, I think so too.
The focus is appropriately placed, and you always talk, as you and I, we're broadcasters, we're journalists to some extent. We want to ask questions, want to find out information from coaches. And I know a lot of broadcasters and journalists sometimes roll their eyes when coaches say, one game at a time, focus one game at a time. But this is why coaches focus one game at a time. This is why they don't look forward to Saturday. You don't want to overlook any opponent. You give every opponent the proper respect, but by not overlooking an opponent, it means you put this kind of effort and preparation into every game.
Zagota just says, it is my night, ladies and gentlemen. Let's knock down another one.
That's her 25th three, I believe, of the first half, Jim.
She has 20 points already here in this first half of basketball.
What a game.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
What a half.
Turnover comes out to Savage, and she's going to run it.
I'd put 2 on her.
Olivet got back in time.
Even the crowd was anticipating.
She's standing in the corner just waiting for the ball.
They're not guarding her.
Heat check.
Are you kidding me?
Long distance. Yes, sir.
Are you kidding me?
Yep.
They might want to appeal to put 6 on the floor and just put an extra on her.
I'll tell you what, man. When the thermostat's that hot, you just keep shooting it. That's what I say.
Yep. The only thing that's going to cool her down now is halftime.
Yeah, that's it. She'll get a foul on the other end, but who cares?
Yeah, that's when exactly. If I'm Coach Carton, usually you say, come on, but that's where you just, I'd probably take her out the rest of the first half. Let her rest.
Paige Risch will check in, and let's see if Zagota will stand up. She's staying on the floor. Savage comes out. They'll bring Jamie Hubbard back in, and Sam Carter along with Risch.
Don't have the team records to see what the record number of 3.5 is, but my goodness,
she's
having a tremendous first half.
She is, and we have that. I think Bobby sent me those kind of things over there, so we'll look. Jump shot's no good. Carter comes up with a rebound as they go over the top. That was Risch that made the tip.
They're not. They're kind of stepping out.
They're going to have to step out.
Somebody better be guarding her
because she's not missed much here tonight.
Yeah, if I'm Coach Ingles and somebody's not on her on the three-point line now, I might have them be running laps during halftime.
Three-point shot spins out this time, and Olivet's right there to pull it down. That's McKinnon that pulls that one in.
And Risch right there, nice look off to get the defender to move away. Just couldn't knock down that shot.
Oh, what an awkward shot because of the great defense for the Brits, and this one is going to run out of time as Olivet will not get a shot off before the half is over.
It's a pretty darn good first half.
I'd say so. We're going to the locker room with the Britons up 52-18 here on the Britons Basketball Network. And I'll tell you what a ball game this has been tonight. You don't get too many of them like this. I guess you just smile and are happy for everybody that's wearing the home whites here tonight.
And regardless of how the next 2 quarters go, the next 20 minutes, I mean, you look at this first half and you just think, wow.
Yeah.
We were here. We were here to see this and enjoy this. And I think the Comets, Coach Ingles, you can't be too down on your team. This has been a buzzsaw.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Some nights it's just you just look at the other team and you just tip your cap and you say, hey, they shot lights out from 3.
Not much you can do about it.
Other than step out in the second half and not give them the same open looks that they've been getting, but a big part of those open looks have been from spacing and ball movement.
And it's not, we talked about Zagota and her shots, but Burness has knocked them down, Savage has knocked them down, and you're exactly right. The spacing's been perfect, the ball movement's been great, and the young ladies, when they've had the opportunity and the look tonight, they've been successful in knocking this down. Here's the pass that you were talking about as Savage goes down on her seat, basically.
And still, in the middle of all those players, only one reaching down to collect that ball, and because nobody's reaching down, she's able to look up and see the floor. Usually players are collapsing on her to block that line of sight, force her to bounce it off at somebody's leg or call timeout. Instead, she's able to get a full line of sight of what's going on and get a good outlet pass back beyond the three-point line.
And the young lady she got it to hit basically an NBA 3 at that point in time because she was a good 5 feet behind the men's three-point arc here at the Kresge this evening. So we have watched and witnessed a three-point shooting fest here in the very first half. And it has been a lot of fun.
That young lady right there, Jim, Emily Zagota.
Yep.
7 for 11 from 3, and she's only tried 12 field goals in the entire game. 8 of 12 overall, 7 of 11.
I'll tell you what, if she brought it inside the arc, what would she be shooting here tonight? Because she's 1 for 1 inside. Okay.
Holy moly!
So we'll take the performance that she's had so far this evening because it has been a lot of fun. I don't know, in the years that we've been doing basketball, I cannot remember a night in the first half like this one for any young lady that we have seen.
No.
or even on the men's side, doing D3 basketball here now for the last several years.
I think we've seen colds or hot stretches.
Sure.
Maybe, 2 or 3 in a row where you say, wow, on fire, and then usually because of the pace of the game, they'll miss one and then they'll sub.
Yeah.
Because you want to keep the legs fresh, because especially in the men's game, it tends to be a very fast-paced up and down game. So, you have so many players, you have so much depth and so much speed that you just want to keep fresh legs out there. And, both teams are usually subbing in and out like crazy. But, 2 or 3 in a row.
Yeah.
We've seen that.
Yeah, we have seen that.
7 of 11.
Yeah. No. That's pretty.
That's a first.
That's as you said in the first half. That's a ball game right there, and
yeah.
She had that in the first half, 7 for 11.
That's
and then 1 for 1 inside the arc. So yeah.
That's one where I think you go back. Coach probably has a no cell phone rule in the
right.
locker room at halftime, but I think I might break that rule to let her go ahead and text mom and dad and say, hey, go to GoBrits.com, head to YouTube, and let's watch the live broadcast of tonight's game. But I'm having a really good first half out there. I try to continue that in the second half, but boy, oh boy, definitely one for the books. Tremendous first half.
Almost like
go to the Brits.
Almost like that basket on that end was about 6 inches wider than it was supposed to be at this point in time. Hey, we didn't get a chance to talk about Zach Engels in that first half. This is his very first year at Olivet. His dad, Kent, has coached high school basketball in Michigan for more than 45 years, and he's presently the head varsity basketball coach at Big Rapids. His sister, Jessica Hast, is the girls varsity basketball coach also at Big Rapids. This young guy played a couple of years at junior college out at Pasco Hernando State College in Dade City, Florida, and then he transferred over to Eastern Kentucky. And while he was with the Colonels, he actually led that team to the NCAA tournament, and they got knocked out in the opening round by Kentucky. But a young guy on his own that has played a half a dozen years professionally overseas, but quite a basketball player and a basketball mind. One of the big problems he's faced this year, Jimmy, he only got the job about a month before everything got going, so he didn't really have a lot of time to really get the program underway, get it turned around the way he wanted to get it turned around, and get his name stamped on this program here for his very first year. But obviously, 52-18 is not going to be something that happens to his ball teams as we proceed in the future, I wouldn't think.
No, and I think one of the things that you'll see as far as him putting his stamp or his thumbprint on a team, Jim, is what the first, say, 4 or 5 minutes of the second half is going to bring, that first part of that third quarter. And a big part of how they respond on defense, in this third quarter, they're going to tighten up on the perimeter shots and things like that. How they respond on defense is going to be a good indicator of what Coach Engels' halftime message is. Jim's getting some information from Bobby Lee, so I'll do a couple of reads. We want to let folks know to help the Albion College swimming and diving team recognize the seniors competing in their final home meet Friday at 6 p.m. as the Britons take on Olivet College inside the Dean Aquatic Center. Again, that's this Friday night at 6 o'clock in the Dean Center. Also, Black History Month is the theme for the classic film series at the Bohm Theater in February. The series begins at 10 a.m. Friday the 3rd, this Friday, with the screening of A Raisin in the Sun. Tickets are just $3. Visit bohmtheater.org for more information. Again, Black History Month at the Bohm Theater. That's the theme for the month of February. And it starts this Friday morning at 10 a.m. with the screening of A Raisin in the Sun. Go to Bohm Theater, that's theatre.org for more information.
Jimmy, I'll tell you what, our buddy Bobby Lee just came up, the SID here at Albion, and he said Zagota hit 7 another time here against Waynesburg back on December 30th. Only that day she was 7 for 7 from behind the arc. How's that?
Well, geez.
That's something else, isn't it, huh? In fact, I've got Bobby right next to me, so let's just put a microphone in his hands for us real quick. Bobby, that's kind of business as usual for Miss Zagota, isn't it, huh?
Well, I was worried the first time around. I thought she missed the heat check.
Yeah.
On her first one, she kind of missed it badly.
She missed it very badly.
And, usually she'll take the heat check shot and maybe fade into the woodwork a little bit. But tonight, she certainly continued. And the school record for most in a game is 10. Jessica Babcock set that a few years back against Trine.
Okay.
So 3 more. But on that day, Babcock, I think, was 10 of 12.
Wow.
But I'm going to go back and look at the NCAA Division III for threes in a game this season, so we can get you that number here in just a second.
She had 7, though, as you said, back in December against Waynesburg, though, right?
She did, but she was 7 of 7 that afternoon. And she had a career-high 36 that afternoon.
Is there a way of bringing her back for a 5th season? Maybe she seems like one that we need to keep for an extra year.
Like
she and O'Curry, how's that? Can we somehow restart the clock there one more year?
Tell you what, we need to get number 4 going again, don't we?
Yeah, we do. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what Jimmy and I said that. Did 2 points in the first half, and it just has not been her night again. But her teammates have really done a nice job.
Well, I think what's going on is, the opponents now. The beautiful thing about college basketball is you get these guys twice a season.
Yeah,
there are no secrets the second time around. Everybody knows that it's number 4 really makes the offense go. And here of late, the opponents have made things really hard. And also down at the other end, I mean, Oriana took a heck of a shot there in the mud.
She sure did. She sure did.
An average player might have just said, you know what, I'll tap out. And, but she didn't, and
got right back up on her feet and went out there. She's been close to about another half a dozen steals tonight, too. She's been all over the floor.
I'll tell you what, Albion, they don't call off the dogs.
Yeah.
They're just going to keep going and keep pressing. And, it doesn't matter that the margin is 34 here at the half.
Yeah.
Albion's just going to keep pressing and keep running. And, Albion, how many times did they miss Liv Savage cherry picking down here?
Exactly.
She could have
another half a dozen at least.
Really
no doubt. There's a tradition amongst us, okay? If the team hits 100, the SID takes us out and we get chalupas. Okay, so if we hit 100, did you bring your wallet? Because we don't eat a lot, but that little blonde-headed girl over there, oh my gosh, there's not even you've heard about that, I guess. Is that what I'm hearing right now?
That's Dr. Mrs. Lee. She controls the budget.
Bobby Lee, the SID here at Albion College, always getting us all the information that we need, and it's wonderful to be able to have him. And Jimmy, you got some halftime stats for us.
Halftime stats for the visiting Olivet Comets. They are 8 of 24 from the floor, including 1 of 9 from three-point territory. Only 1 of 2 from the charity stripe. They turned it over 12 times, and they have 11 total rebounds, 9 fouls on the team, and only 12 points, 12 points from the bench. 10 of those came in the paint. So of their starters, Jim, only putting 6 points on the boards total. 52 points for the home Albion Britons, 17 of 31 shooting for 55%, 12 of 21 from distance for 57%. An incredible first half of three-point shooting. 6 of 10 from the charity stripe. Only 6 turnovers and 21 points off of those 12 Comet turnovers. 21 rebounds, including 13 on a defensive end. And one of the stats, Jim, that drives this score up, 16 assists and 28 bench points. Wow. So not only are they getting good scoring from their starters, well, most of that's coming from one player, but you're looking at good balance between starting 5 and bench. Man. Excellent first half by the Brits.
Wonderful first half. Bob, you got some other stuff for us here, buddy?
So 3 players in Division III this season have made 11 3-point field goals in the game. So that is the record at this point in Division III at this point of the season.
Okay. So definitely has a shot at that one here in the second half, especially if Emily Zagoda can keep things working and going in this direction that she had in that first half. Well, the ladies are back out on the floor. I think we're going to take a step away here for just a minute and get something to drink and get ready for the second half. Brits winning big here at halftime, 52-18 on the Albion Briton Sports Network. Welcome back in here to the Kresge Gymnasium on the campus of Albion College. Jim Funderburg along with Jim Bellamy here at the halftime. And Jimmy, off mic, we were talking just a little bit about what you think Coach Ingalls has got to do to get started, and also what you kind of expect him to do here as we open up this quarter number 3.
Yeah, well, your way getting some updates from Bobby Lee. One of the things I was saying was, if you want to know about Coach Ingalls and the thumbprint he wants to leave on his team, as you said, coming in very late in the game, just before the season started, it's a very difficult place for a coach. Usually you like to kind of set up your staff, set up your roster, your bench, how you like it, how you want it, how you see the games going, and the game plan. And you kind of have to adjust on the fly. And the whole first season, I think, is really an adjustment period for a lot of coaches that are in that position. But if you want to see what kind of identity or thumbprint that he has or wants to put on the team, I think you look at the first 5 minutes of the second half, you see how they come out on defense. If the Comets come out tougher on defense, faster to the ball, you saw a little less energy, I think, than the Comets would like on defense in that first half. Again, though, a lot of credit to the Brits. They were doing a great job throughout most of that first half moving the ball. But if you want to see the identity of the team, first 5 minutes, watch their defense. If it picks up, you know that that's the direction he's headed, and the players are buying in.
Well, they were late getting back out on the floor, but they'll have the basketball to open everything up. And we'll get you their starters as we go, as Jillian Nichols with the basketball, and she'll kick it into the corner to Hancock. And Hancock with a jumper that's short, but the rebound is fought for by Megan Sisko, who saw really no time at all in the first half, and will open up quarter number 3 here, along with Katie McKinnon, as the jump shot catches nothing but nets all the way down to the floor by Jillian Nichols. And then the other young lady is Brittany McDuffie here for Olivet as they open up. The Brits open up with their starting 5, and that was Oriana Curry, Erin Nelson, Brittany Lutz, Liv Savage, and Emily Burness.
Bad pass
and they
right there.
turned that one over here early. So I would bet that you're going to see a Comets team that has a bit of a fire lit underneath of them, because, you know, they weren't out even to take any warm-up shots here for quarter number 3. They were in a locker room talking. Okay.
Well, again, the warm-up shots, you know, getting all that wasn't the problem in the first half. On offense, there was no flow. You saw usually a lot of lateral dribbling until there was about 10 to 8 on the shot clock somewhere in there, and then somebody would try some sort of a pivot hook. And every once in a while, they get a good look down low for an easy lay-in, but for the most part, it looked like an offense that was still trying to figure itself out on defense. Again, you didn't see a whole lot of speed to the ball. You saw players, you saw a zone. It looks like they're almost in a 1-2-2 now, but you saw a decent, decent job by the Comets, but not a whole lot of speed to the ball. So far in the second half, a little bit better job.
Nelson will grab the foul. That will be her first foul here of the evening. She has 3 points on the night. And the
Not
Britons
a good start second half to the Brits, Jim.
No, it hasn't been, and that's kind of unusual. A minute and 15 seconds in, and I thought Nelson had the steal in the runaway. They'll say it actually did get past Nelson and then tipped by Jillian Nichols, and it will be Britain's basketball. So
that was
two possessions, 2 turnovers. They kind of started
reaction,
that way early, though,
too. A strange
too.
reaction by Nichols right there, too, Jim. Once it gets through the defender's hands, I mean, you catch it and you shoot. Instead, she deflected it out of an instinct out of bounds.
Curry misses her opening jump shot, and the rebound does come off to Jillian Nichols. Down in the corner, but the Brits with some pretty decent defense. Swings it out to the wing, no good, and the rebound again comes off to McDuffie. They'll reset that 30-second clock.
McDuffie calling off. Wants to play point.
She'll dribble and then give it up after a couple of bumps.
She's not the primary ball handler. I think I'd give that up to a guard.
Nichols with 14 to shoot, and she passes it right to Curry, who's going to run this one.
Straight up the middle, yep.
1-on-2, somebody behind her, but Curry guards the basketball, gets the lay-in. And that's the first shot from the floor that she's made. Wide open, Olivet player on the left side down low is Katie McKinnon, and they were able to find her. She kind of leaked out early. Burness drives, hook shot, rolls, and gets that friendly Albion bounce here at the Kresge and goes in.
Now we're getting that first half style of basketball.
You can see this one any Saturday afternoon on the outside ball yard through the summer as Curry leaks out on the other end. Fakes up, no good. And I'll tell you what, had a little bit of competition down there to that shot in Hancock.
Yep.
But that's one you expect her to make. Savage almost steals that one away. It goes out off of Savage, and at midcourt, it will stay with the Olivet Comets.
The fact that she came up tentative, Curry did, on that layup on that breakaway, she heard the footsteps right there. And that's one of those things that kind of, if you let that get in your head, you probably already missed that shot.
Britons with a pretty good first half, and they're trying to stretch it here in the second half. They've only scored one bucket here to open things up as we're 3 minutes into the third quarter. Jump shot by Nelson, and she's got two real pretty shots here to open everything up.
Rainbow, Jim.
Went up and went straight on through and just barely trickled those nets on the way down. Burness from three is off. Curry with the rebound back on the glass, and it's in.
That's what I'd like to see the rest of this second half right there is Curry knifing through, getting those easy looks.
Britons now with some full court pressure, and as Bobby Lee said, they're not going to take their foot off the throttle on either end of this floor.
No.
Very awkward hook shot is no good, and Nelson's there to clean it up. Curry going to run, goes through three red jerseys, finds her spot, takes her shot, but she's fouled. And again, for not being very big, she takes a lot of contact.
Not afraid of that contact, too, and that's one of those things where you just hold your breath every time because she's a fearless player. But again, she's a smaller player, and the way that this whole thing works is the larger players usually going to dish out more of that punishment than they're going to take. And one of the things that the last game that we called and this game have in common, again, Bobby pointed it out at halftime, is there was a play where Curry drew a lot of contact. You remember that really hard screen?
Yeah.
The last game we called, where she just didn't quite look like herself for a while, and you kind of wonder, even though, again, I don't think she'd ever admit it, but she just seems like one of those tough players who, hey, no big deal. I fought through it. Everything's fine. But you wonder if it takes its toll.
Well, we're going to see whether Emily Zagoda is as hot in the second half as she was in the first half as she checks in with three of her teammates. And I'll tell you, one person who has warmed it up is Jillian Nichols. And we have a timeout on the floor with Olivet. So we'll think about that just a little bit for the Brits. They just checked in four different players as they brought Sam Carter off the bench along with Mackenzie Fairbanks. And then also, let's see, who else checked in? We're going to miss them here for a minute as they went to sit down. Tiara Orban were the four that came in on that last line change there for the Brits and Coach Carden. But you're right, Jimmy. I tell you what, that young lady will take a licking and then just get right back up and go at you. And it's been the fun part about watching her. Unfortunately for us, this is year number one with these guys, but Zagoda and Curry both seniors. So this will be the last time, more than likely, that we're going to get a chance to see these two young ladies play basketball.
Yep, they'll graduate ahead of us.
Yeah, unfortunately. Well, the good thing about us, if they ask us back again next year, we'll only be sophomores, okay?
Yeah, so we'll still be figuring things out.
That's it. We'll still have some time under our belt and some eligibility, and,
Not that it'll help the team at all.
Not whatsoever. That one thrown a little bit high as Orban tries to hit Fairbanks in the corner, tips her on the fingertips, and flies out of bounds, and it will be Olivet basketball down to our left. And the Brits with some full court pressure again. Zagoda has not taken a shot here in the second half.
That's an over and back, Jim.
She brought that ball in the front court and then threw it back into the back court in McDuffie, but no call.
Must not have had the ball over the equator there.
Jump shot for three is wide to the right. Carter right there with the rebound. Zagoda with the basketball. Will she spot up for three? Yes, she will. Yes, sir. Said, yep.
She's the one you're supposed to guard.
The thermometer is still wide open there on Emily Zagoda. She hits number 8 now. The tops that Bobby was saying for the year in D3 basketball so far has been 11. So she's only 3 away from that. And 12 is the magic number to get the tie for the most three-point shots made here as a Briton. So
and again, you look at the point differential, and you know Bobby said it, you said it. Coach Carden doesn't take her foot off the gas, and if you're not going to guard her with as hot as she's been shooting from out there, then I'm sorry, but you keep shooting. And again, look, there's nobody on her, Jim.
Yeah, if they swing that ball to her, she's got a wide open look.
It's a 2-3 zone they're given, but they are not. Now, finally, they put somebody out, but it doesn't matter.
It really doesn't matter whatsoever here tonight.
We need Ken to build a quick graphic.
The Wyandotte native is just on fire here in Albion tonight.
Oh, bad foul right there.
Good shot by Megan Cisco. And the
step through, yep.
harm gets her another try from the free throw line. But yeah, I'll tell you what, amazingly, Emily Zagota, a senior out of Wyandotte from Allen Park Cabrini High School.
Yeah. Pretty focused tonight.
I would say she's, I don't know whatever she's done, whether she did her yoga today or, her Zen or whatever she had going there.
Visualization techniques.
Whatever was going on today, she needs to do it again for Saturday against Adrian. That's all I'm going to tell you. 66-30 here at the Kresge, and that free throw is missed.
Definitely going to give Adrian, Jim, though, something else to think about on defense.
I would have to think so.
Because as Bobby said, everybody knows to focus on number 4, but now number 11's seems primed to maybe set a D3 record tonight.
Well, and
season record.
How many times have we talked about this? 8 seconds to shoot here for Albion, and the foul will go against Olivet. How many times have we talked about it? It is now February 1. This is the month where the intensity level does pick up. Absolutely. On this level, because you've got to get it ready, because by the time you hit to week number 3, you've got a conference tournament to worry about. And then hopefully an appearance here probably early into March in the NCAAs if you can win the MIAA. So now's the time where everybody turns up the throttle just a little bit. So the Brits playing some really good basketball here to open up the month of February. 66-30 with 4:12 to play, quarter number 3, and the Britons on top here at the Briton's Basketball Network. And
officials were checking for the shot clock. Looks like it's moved back to 30, but there it stays.
Sam Carter sets things in motion here for the Brits. Works off the screen by Hubbard. Zagota by herself in the corner. That was probably the most wide open shot she's had all night long, and the first time she's missed one that wide open.
Yep.
And the ball will go out of bounds off the Britons. Will stay with Olivet.
So she's not going to shoot 100% from 3. She missed one in the first half too, but the first half turned out okay. I
would think so. And as Bobby said, that first one was wide. It was not a very good shot. We got a late whistle.
Got a block. And Carter, I think. Nope, we got a charge.
Oh.
I didn't even see any official signal charge. They blew the whistle, but they didn't signify block or charge. And then you find out after. I found out based on the number the official just called to the scorer's table.
I was waiting for it to go the other way. I was agreeing.
I thought it was a block. Yeah.
Zach Engel's not a happy guy down here on the right below us to our right. Doesn't really matter too much what he thinks. So go to again. Oh, I thought that was going to get that friendly bounce, but the rebound by Hubbard goes back and in. I thought she was going to get with the night she's having, was going to catch that back end of the rim and then come back somehow and swish through, but it did not.
Oh, wow. That's a big jump stop right there, Jimbo.
Well, they're going to let that one go.
That was almost like the moon landing right there.
Orban for 3. There you go.
That's what it is.
I think the bucket got a little bit cold for Zagota, so Orban says, I'll warm it back up for you, Emily, and next time you come back down, you can try it again. Reach-in foul will go against the Brits. It will go against Tiara Orban. Orban, just a junior out of Marshall, Michigan. That'll be her first here. And the team's 4th now in the quarter.
Risch checks in for Sam Carter. A little bit faster pace in the second half so far.
I'll tell you what, Jimmy, after that very first game where we saw just a kind of a tough outing there for the Brits, we looked like we're heading for a 2-1 record with the ladies here on the season. In our 3 games, we'll get a chance to broadcast, so that's good. Zagota with a head fake. Thought she was going to pull the trigger, but
two
not.
2 players fly towards her.
Burness kicks back to Orban.
That's kind of what I expect to see the rest of the second.
Down to the left wing, no good. Rebound comes off to Olivet, and that's McDuffie. Fortner now decides to bring it back out and reset everything with 2:23 to play in the quarter.
Still man defense by the Brits. Good switch, but good move to step towards the basket.
Cisco just kind of took a step through and found herself all by herself down at the rim. Easy little lay-in for points number 31 and 32. Brits still with a comfortable 71-32 lead.
Look who's finding the zone again.
Emily Zagoda.
Is that what, 10?
I think that's 3 in the second half. You have to check the stats real quick because you know me and math.
Oh, it's still on your fingers though if it's 10.
Yeah, well,
Don't take your shoes off yet.
At least that's the good news. I don't need those extra 10 digits quite yet, but that's coming, folks.
I believe that's number 10.
Jump shot's no good, and they attempt the rebound and the putback by Katie McKinnon, and she will be fouled as she heads back towards the rim. That will be Zagoda that gets the foul, and I think that's foul number 2 on Emily.
I believe that is points number 30, 31, and 32, and I believe that is her 10th three-point make.
And the first shot will go wide to the right just a little bit.
That is correct, Jim. She's 10 of 16 from deep and 11 from 17 on the game.
McKinnon hits 2 out of 3, so she misses the opener. She'll get a second try. Deep knee bend and up, and this one took a little time, found about all the iron it could find, and then found its way through to the floor. 74-33. Britain's on top easily here in quarter number 3.
That's
Rish
wrap pass.
kicks it back out to McKenzie.
Here we go.
Yo, but it's good.
That's 11.
She's got her number right now. How's that?
That'll work. But now we need
one more.
A couple more.
One more ties her, 2 more puts her in sole possession of the most three-point shots made by a female Briton in the history of the school.
And I believe for D3 for the season, right?
Yeah, for D3 for the season.
That's what Bobby was saying.
There's 3 young ladies around the country that have hit 3 of them so far this year in D3. And this time we'll get a foul on Hubbard, I believe.
And just to repeat that, that's D3 in the country.
Yeah,
that's not just a conference. That's not just a team. That is for the season, for the country. That's a big deal.
They're going to say that one was on Tierra Orban, so that will be foul number 2 on Orban. And the first free throw will be missed by Jillian Nichols. It's just not been a good night all the way around for Olivet. Nichols, who's a pretty solid free throw shooter, gets 1 out of 2. With 46 ticks left here in quarter number 3. 10 more minutes to play here for Zagoda, but she's going to touch the ball right now. I'll tell you what, she's not afraid to pass the basketball as well, though. But here she comes running. She's got her spot. Launches for 12.
Are you kidding me?
Even the Calvin men's team down in the corner got them off their feet with that last shot. That's 12. That ties the school record, and that's the most.
The roof's going to blow off this joint, Jim.
13. Yes! She is absolutely on fire.
That's a record, folks. D3 this season, the most three-point makes on the women's side in the country. And we still have a quarter to go.
And also the most made by any young lady wearing a Britain's uniform in the history of the school. What a night it has been for number 11, Emily Zagoda tonight. Everybody has heard about it now as the PA has announced it. And what a ball game she is having.
Do you give her the fourth quarter off?
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Now I think you let her go as far as she wants. Her high for the year was 36 against Earlham. What she got on the scoreboard already tonight, Jimmy?
41.
41 for the night here.
13 of 19 from three-point range.
Wow.
Let me repeat that. 13 of 19 from 3 tonight. 14 of 20 for the game. Don't bother shooting the twos at this point. Quick scoring reset. Emily Zagoda with 41 points. 12 points for Emily Burness. Olivia Savage with 9. Curry with 8, Orban with 5, Nelson and Hubbard 3 points apiece, and 2 for Mackenzie Fairbanks. For the Comets, Jillian Nichols leads the team with 13 points, 6 points for Collins, 4 for Cisco, Hancock, McDuffie, and McKinnon with 3 points apiece, and Jasmine Hildebrand with 2.
Pretty nice night, I would think. Emily will sit on the bench to open things up in quarter number 4 as you see her down there with her teammates. And like I said, even the men from Calvin who will be taking on the men from Albion in the second game were on their feet for that last one.
Here you go, Jim. Number 1, Zagoda's outscoring Olivet 41-34. Number 2, Olivet has only made 14 field goals. Emily Zagoda has made 14 field goals.
Oh my gosh. That's amazing.
So when one player beats a team, even though it is a team sport, you know you're having a pretty good night.
I'd say so. Yep. This is the one that you normally wake up from. You know, you're having that kind of a night, and then you wake up and go, oh, gosh, I forgot it's Tuesday. Yeah. I've got to go to class.
Yeah, that would have been great, huh?
But this isn't the one for Emily Zagoda tonight. When she wakes up tomorrow morning, she will still be the top three-point shooter in the country, and will also be the number 1 three-point shooter in the history of the school. So, yeah, this dream she will wake up with tomorrow and have a smile on her face. There's no doubt about that.
People will be asking her and reminding her, and there you go. I mean, the bounces are just going the Britons' way tonight.
Fairbanks with an easy lay-in, but you're exactly right, Jim. How that ball got through all the way down to Kenny Fairbanks is beyond me, but it did, and she had an easy little put-in.
Yeah, I think sometimes it just does.
Yeah.
You know, you can think about it until your brain hurts, but really with nights like tonight, it just does.
Yeah.
You just have to, I mean, again, if you're Coach Ingalls, you just have to look at a night like tonight and just, shrug your shoulders and say, on to the next one. You
write it off and don't worry about it, man. You don't watch the tape. You don't do anything about it. You just say,
this was the game to forget.
Yep.
But you also marvel at the shooting.
I would think so.
Yeah, the player is just, she had an out-of-her-mind night.
Especially a guy from a family like his where everybody's a basketball coach, as Nichols has not stopped playing on the other end.
No, not at all.
Jillian finds a 2. That's 15 now for her. And if you remember early in the ball game, I said, she averages 16. Oh, and an easy backcourt cut by Risch for an easy little lay-in.
Yeah.
She averages 16. She was awfully cold for the first half. She now has 15 on the night. So she's back up to where she has averaged per game in the season. And with that 15, she has almost half the points. Takeaway by Risch. She's got an easy run out, easy bucket. And the Britons are heading towards triple figures on the scoreboard tonight, buddy.
Again, Bobby said that Coach Carton doesn't take her foot off the gas.
Yeah.
I believe it. It's a 55-point lead.
Well, you know what? This is fun. And hopefully they'll have the same kind of fun Saturday when they have Adrian coming to town, because they need to keep this hot play up, because this is a team that right now in Albion that's sitting there with a 1-game cushion over Adrian as we're heading down the stretch. When you take a look at the replays here, as you see the 3-point or the 2-point shot that time, a nice job there by Nichols to knock that one down. But when you look at the standings right now, it's Hope and Trine 10-1 on the season, tied for number 1 in the conference. Calvin at 9-2, and we still get a shot at Calvin one more time on their floor here. And then Albion at 7-4, Adrian at 6-5. From there, nothing else really matters, as Alma's 3-7, Kalamazoo's at 2-8, Olivet's at 1-9, and St. Mary's is winless at 0-11. So it really does not matter, except for the fact that any of those teams have that opportunity to maybe be a spoiler as you go down the last couple of weeks here of the season. But for the Britons, tonight they need this win, and then they need a big win on over Adrian to put them back 2 games, and then we'll let the chips fall where they may. What would really be a lot of fun, Jimmy, is to be able to go to Calvin and break that doggone jinx against those guys here this year on their floor before the year's over.
Yeah, that would be nice. And if they play a game like tonight, they'll do it.
McKinnon, after a couple of nice passes, has an easy look at the rim, and she knocks it in, and it's 38 now for Olivet. But unfortunately, the Britons with 91. And on our side of the thinking, I like that number, 91-38 Britons, with about 7:20 to play in this ball game. And again, now do you bring Zagoda back in? Oh, nice save to Hubbard, And a great job there by Mackenzie Yob to be able to save that ball and get it back inside. And Hubbard then is fouled on the shot. Yob's only a freshman. So now you're going to probably see, a lot of the second team. And I guess I would be really amazed if you bring any of those first teamers back in here with the last 7 minutes to play the ball game.
You're always talking about, and I don't mean you as in, broadcasters.
Yep.
You're always talking about the importance of game speed versus practice speed. And you always say there's no substitute for being in the game. Well, if you want to take the younger players and give them a look at what it's really like, the only way to do it is to get into a game like this.
Carter got her hand on the ball, and then she got the ball back, but she wasn't able to convert on the other end.
So it might have got helped to the floor a little bit right there with a little physical play by Amari Brown, but no whistle. Not enough for a whistle.
Hubbard steps in front of that one, and here they come on the run out. Picks it up, takes a look, bounces it off the glass as Mackenzie Yob, and the rebound comes off to Olivet, and it's Amari Brown. 2
straight possessions now. Amari Brown has to get back on defense, but really put the body in there and made him think twice about the shot.
Risch will get the push, and they are going to bring, here comes the hot hand on the floor. We're going to bring Orban back in and Emily Zagota back in. Okay. She's having one of those nights, so I guess, you know what? If you're having one of those nights, you've got 6.5 to play, give her a couple more looks, and maybe she can keep that record for a long, long time. This will be one she can bring her grandkids back in to take a look at down the road, as Brittany McDuffie was able to knock that one down. 93-40 now. Brits on top by a bunch.
Lost the handle there, out of bounds. Led a little bit too far with the pass. Real quick, Jim, going over to MIAA.org for some scores. The only one that is posted right now is Alma leading Kalamazoo going into the fourth quarter, 64-50. That Illinois Tech at Shrine game was canceled due to weather.
Cross-court pass goes to the other side. Nichols takes the shot. It's a little bit too long, but the rebound will come off to Olivet. That was Cisco. Back over to Nichols again. She'll get another look at this one, and this time also, this one a little short, and it goes up, catches the stanchion over top of the backboard, and it will be Briton's ball. And the Comets will take a timeout with 5:58 here to play in the ball game. And don't forget, we do have the men's contest coming up after this one, as the Britons will host the Calvin Knights. And the last time those two teams hooked up, Jim, that was a barn burner, 71-70. And the last couple of games there, I was trying to figure out that Bennett situation. That was the night that Bennett had 22 points after really having a kind of a tough first half. So it will be a situation here where the Britons will try to knock off Calvin. And Calvin, and again, another one of those solid basketball programs that's sitting up there towards the top of the conference here tonight. This would be a big feather in their cap if they could do it. Now, the key for what Bobby was telling me was Calvin, kind of a long, lean team, kind of tough to pull down some rebounds, kind of tough to outfight them for the basketball, but we're looking forward to a great second game here, and we'll hope you'll hang around with us here. Maybe one of the Brits men can have the same kind of game that Emily Zagota has had here this evening, as she has just been lights out from behind the arc.
Well, Jillian Nichols just made sure that as soon as she got that pass, even if I have to foul you, you're not getting a clean look.
Zagota with the basketball, and she does have Nichols all over her right now.
Gardner with a smile on her face. I have 5 to give you.
Yep.
They're talking to her right now. That, just because she scored 2 million points tonight doesn't mean you need to, hug her or hit her every time she gets the ball. I mean, she's been last couple possessions, last couple touches, very physical as soon as the catch. But again, you have 5 to give. Now you have 3 already, so you only have 2 more. But
inbounds pass goes to Hubbard, and she's fouled by Cisco as she goes towards the rim. And that will send her to the free throw line, shooting a pair. As Brits now just 7 points away from hitting 100 here tonight. First shot is up and good by Hubbard.
I think Sam's going to have to buy us chalupas.
Yeah, I think it's Sam's night. Maybe that's the key. Sam's got to buy us chalupas if we get to 100. That's how that worked.
Yep.
Yeah, that's how that worked. You know, chalupas. You come up for some chalupas afterwards. Sam's buying if we hit 100.
Yep.
She just said that over there. I just heard her.
You sprung for her dinner, so I think it's only fair.
I bought her 2 plain cheeseburgers and 4 chicken nuggets. So
No sauce.
No sauce. So she still has plenty of money in that wallet that she's got right now. She can't be telling us this Bobby Lee story with, oh, no money, no mas, you know. Nah, we're not buying that stuff. Cisco got fouled by Hubbard on the other end, so paybacks, I guess, are heck on the other end of the floor. 95-40, Brits up by 55. It's been this comfortable for a while, folks, if you're just tuning in. And if you're just tuning in, Emily Zagota put her name in the record books tonight with 3-point shots, and also has accounted for more 3-point completions tonight than anybody in the country in the D3 world.
That's incredible.
What's her shooting percentage again, Jimmy, right now? She's shooting.
Let's go back up to the individual stats. As a team, they're 19 of 33 from beyond the arc. Individually, 13 of 19 from 3, 14 of 20 total, 41 points.
13 of 19.
That's
a pretty good night.
That's a really good night, yeah.
I'd say so.
You could build off that.
11 was the most by anybody in the country so far this year in D3. There were 3 other ladies in the country that had that total coming into tonight. And 12 was the most ever by any Albion Briton.
A little bit of a Revlon call right there as Amari Brown, number 1, got a crossface on her from the top of the key. And then as she drove the paint, then got a little hand touch and got the whistle. So a little makeup call.
Tiara Orban hits the opener. And that nudges us just a little bit closer to that century mark.
As Sam nervously looks at her.
Yeah. We also get nachos if they get to 110, Sam. How's that?
And
2 down.
That's not an either or, that's a both.
That's a both, yeah. We get chalupas and nachos, Sam, if we get to over 110.
So don't be frugal.
Yeah, you know.
Don't be stingy.
Live it up tonight. That's all we're saying. Live it up tonight. 3-point shot on its way from the right corner, no good, and Fairbanks is there for the rebound, and the run out to Yob.
Nice stop.
Lets 2 of the Olivet players get past her, but she'll catch the second one on the arm. And McKinnon with the foul.
Oh, sorry, McKinnon. You're right.
Yep. McKinnon
23 and 30, or 22 and 32 mixed up there.
They're awful close.
3 fouls on Katie McKinnon.
Lisa Fortner about to check in here for Olivet. And the first free throw was missed by Mackenzie Yob, who's out of Ada, Michigan, Forest Hills Central High School, a freshman.
Gotta ask
5'4".
Are you surprised Zagota's in there now?
I really am. I'm surprised that any starters are in there. The only thing that I guess doesn't surprise me is you got a young lady that hot, okay? If she can hit another 1 or 2 and put this thing away and it be
Maybe
a record
that
you
to get 100, something like that.
You never ever, there's some records that some people are never going to touch, if you get to 15, it's hard to imagine anybody hitting, let's say 15 3-point shots in a game.
How many times are you going to
even come sniff that one?
Air. Yeah, exactly.
Never going to come close. So I guess that's the only thing when you're having one of those nights. And we'll ask Coach Carden about that just a little bit. But maybe if you're having one of those nights, then let's reward her for all the 4 years of effort she's put in here at the college, and let her have one of those nights if she can. So next bucket puts us over 100 as Olivet scores on their end. And we still have 4 minutes to play. There it is.
Sorry, Sam.
She's only got a couple. How many she hit from the floor inside the arc? 2, right?
Your second 2-point field goal of the night.
And now we've got somebody I believe we're going to sub for her.
Yep, she's coming in for the shooter. Carter is.
Sam Carter will come in.
This will give her 44 if she knocks down the free throw. And that's 5 fouls on Megan Cisco, Jimbo. So
Cisco will have to take a seat. And she kind of walks towards the bench like, well, it's just been one of those nights.
Yeah.
And Stephanie Cochran will check in here for Olivet.
Go a little faster lineup here. And
shots up and good.
Emily Zagoda. And I have to think that that's probably the last we're going to see of her, but time will tell.
Zagoda to take a seat with 44 points. Is that what you said, Jimmy?
44 on that three-point play, yep. Even with a 2, she still gets 3 points. How's that work?
I'll tell you what, she only made one bucket tonight that really counted out as 2. Everything else netted her 3. Turnover gives the ball back to Olivet, but really doesn't matter too much anymore with 3.5 to play. Cochran will drive, hit the deck. Fairbanks will come up with the basketball.
Yeah, Cochran had an open look at 3 right there, but decided to put it on the floor and then actually drove into a little bit of congestion. Not sure if she's just not comfortable shooting from 3. Haven't really seen her a whole lot tonight.
Cochran, if you look at it, only shoots 14% from 3, Jim, so that's probably the reason.
There you go, yep.
Only 19% from any place on the floor. Yeah, 43% from the charity stripe without anybody in front of her, and there'll be a foul that will go against 32, Katie McKinnon.
I think that's 4 on McKinnon.
And now the foul starting to rack up. Well, yeah, you're right, Jimmy. That's 4 on McKinnon. Foul's really starting to rack up on Olivet now, but it really doesn't matter. 101-42. Free throw is good, so add another point. And I'm starting to get hungry.
Rules are rules, Sam.
Yeah, sorry, Sam. You know, Greg Lavoie used to be with us, and he used to pay off every time, didn't he, Kenny? Huh? Every time. Yep. Greg would make a comment like that, and he'd follow through on it. You know, so when you make the comments there, Sam, you gotta follow through.
Yep.
Long jumper for 3, catches just the front edge of the iron. Outlet pass, and I think that one really was heading towards Orban.
May not have
gotten there. Job was able to pull it down.
Yeah, might not have had enough oomph on it to make it all the way there. Nice crossover, good jump stop, good kick.
Fortner for 3, and that one's wide. And the rebound and the putback's no good. And I'll tell you what, you got a blocking foul.
She was inside the circle right there, Jimbo.
Katie McKinnon was looking around saying, hold it a minute, man. When you got to call one of these guys here?
Well, especially when you're going to get one, not on me. When are you going to get me one?
Well, she got one there, and rightfully so. She'll get a chance to go to the free throw line. First one is up, and it spins out. So for McKinnon, another one of those young ladies. She's a senior out of Jenison, Michigan. It's 2 out of 3. And she missed both of those, so it has been one of those nights. Tiara Orban pulls it down. Going to work her way into the paint, and boy, I'll tell you what, no call there, and that could have very easily been an offensive foul on Orban, who was a bit out of control. The pass on the other end's too tall, and the ball will come back. And you got to believe Katie McKinnon's just looking for a break here right now.
You're looking for another player, Jimbo, who is not afraid to initiate or draw contact. Katie McKinnon is this team's O'Curry as far as that goes, just a fearless player.
Yeah, she really is. Well, Olivet, I'm sure, will have better days, and Coach Ingalls will turn this program around over the course of the next couple of years as he tries to put his stamp on things. But for tonight,
I'll tell you what, Jim, Tiara Orban, she got the foul right there, but she is playing some serious defense. Remember those 2 turnovers where it led to 2-on-1 transition opportunities, and both times the Britons came up dry because she hustled back, put herself in a good position to disrupt the shot both times. So certainly has not given up on this game.
Yeah, not at all. First shot's a little bit short. And Olivet will substitute 3, and at this time it'll be Hancock, McDuffie, and Hildebrand in.
Again, there's no substitution for game speed, even though this game has certainly gotten out of hand. You're always going to be playing this pace faster than you do in practice.
Both shots are missed, and the rebound does come off to the young lady that just checked in, Jasmine Hildebrand. And we're under 2 minutes to play now with the Britons up 102-42. Kick down to the baseline for Cochran. She's guarded pretty well by Hubbard.
Out of position too, Jim.
From the free throw line.
There you go.
Off the glass and in. 102-44 now.
Yep. Again, looking for things, if you're Coach Ingalls, you're looking for no quitting your players.
And they are playing hard still, even right down to the last minute.
Well, I think you have to. I think you owe it to your teammates. You know, it hasn't been your night. Definitely hasn't been your best outing. But you can't quit for yourself. You can't quit for your teammates. You can't quit for your coach.
Olivet gets to go home to host Alma here this weekend. The Brits will be here to host Adrian. Trine will go to Calvin. That'll be a big ball game. And Kalamazoo will be at St. Mary's. So a couple of big basketball games in the conference with Adrian and Albion, and Trine at Calvin. And Calvin has that real fortunate out in this schedule, as they will have both Trine and Albion coming to their place here in the month of February, as they're trying to somehow claim that top spot still in the conference.
Well, now it made things a little more interesting. Two teams tied up at the top with one loss apiece, so certainly up for the taking. But the Britons, with a strong showing tonight, certainly going to hold on to that 4 spot.
And that's all you need to get in the tournament. Now, obviously, you're going to probably draw Hope or Trine or whoever in that opening ball game if you're number 4. But either way, you're going to have to get past them to get into the NCAA any way you want to go.
Yep.
So it doesn't really matter. Might as well play them to open things up. The only problem that you're going to have to deal with is somebody else is going to host that tournament. So you're going to have to win it, not only be in the 4 seed, but you're going to have to win it on somebody else's floor.
Nice block.
Really nice block there by Takia Collins. Ball will stay with the Britons with 1:18 to play in the ball game.
There you go. Nice
wide open look there for Paige Rich.
That's frustration and fatigue right there by Brittany McDuffie, Jim.
Really had played a hard game all night long and had just out of gas. I would agree with you, Jim. Down to a minute now to play.
Nice stop.
Shot up by Collins will be missed, but she was fouled. And the young lady who's one of the junior college transfers from last year from Muskegon will get another one. And it spins out. So 106-46, 1 minute even to play in the ball game. And we need 4 more points to add nachos on top of those chalupas there from Sam. Now, if they double up, if the men's team goes 100 as well, Sam, you're really not going to be happy to hear what happens then.
No.
What's that? Cinnamon twist. No, cinnamon twist. Oh, yeah. Ken has the official rules out now. So for any of you,
is that all though?
Yeah,
I mean,
you'd think there'd be more.
Chalupa plus nachos for $110 I mean, that's a pretty weak upgrade.
I would think so too. I think
Ken's
check that rule book a little bit more,
protecting
Kenny.
Sam right now.
I think so too. I think you get 2. Well, maybe it's 2 chalupas, 2 nachos, and cinnamon twists. That's possible too. I don't know. We'll go to the official rule book here a little bit later.
Yeah.
Nice little lay-in on the other end by Collins. And it's 108-48 here with a free throw coming.
Guess it's possible that they could get a nice pass down court, draw a foul, knock down 2 free throws.
Yeah. I think, there's at least one more bucket in our future here in this ball game. With 33 ticks left in the game. Brits will have the basketball with the full 30, and there are people starting to show up now to watch the men's game that's coming up here as our doubleheader nightcap. Ball's missed. Brits with the basketball.
And you can't run the clock out.
Nope.
About a 2.5 second difference, so you have to put a shot up. And if you're Olivet, I'm sure you don't want to foul.
60-point cushion for the Brits as they're going to cakewalk their way to a win this evening. You know, when I talked to Bobby before the game, I said this should be a relatively easy win. And as always, any SID or coach is going to say, well, never can tell. 4 to shoot, 3 to shoot. Brits, I don't even think are even going to pull the trigger here. And that's going to be a shot clock violation. And Olivet will have the basketball with 1.9 seconds left to go in the ball game, and that's going to do it here tonight. So Sam's going to be happy because we didn't hit 110. Last shot of the game will be a little bit wide to the right, and the Britons will wrap the first one up tonight, 108-48 here in a just unbelievable performance for 2 different reasons here tonight. First, Doreen Carter gets number 250.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, that's true.
Forgot about that one.
That kind of got lost in the shuffle of tonight's game, but that is a Major achievement.
And then Miss Emily Zagota just flat out lit it up here tonight at the Kresge Gymnasium as she becomes the all-time leading three-point shooter for a single game, and also makes the most 3 points in any ball game here this year in D3 women's basketball. We'll get a chance to talk to Doreen here in a little bit, and it will be an interesting conversation. And I'm sure I already know what's going to make her the most happy here tonight. I mean, 250 wins is going to be a good one, but any coach at all is always thinking about her players, and I would bet Doreen is probably going to slide off that 250 wins and talk an awful lot about number 11 when she comes up here with us.
Yep, it's certainly an excellent achievement, and again, she was not only shooting lights out tonight, but as you said a few times during that broadcast, Jim, when she was drawing some of those double teams, she was also looking to kick and get other people involved. So it wasn't a case where it was just a person who was putting up a shot every possession. She was working herself open in that 2-3 zone and giving herself some good looks to shoot. But when the defense was collapsing on her, she was keeping her head up and distributing that ball as well. So she was really working both phases of the game on that offensive side.
Really was. It was a fun night of basketball here as the Britons get an easy one tonight, 108-48 in the opener. And wow, that's all I can say. I tell you what, you don't see many games that end up with a 60-point margin on it, and you almost never see a ball game where a young lady goes off and shoots the way that Emily Zagota did tonight with her three-point effort this evening. Final stats, I think Mr. Bobby Lee has already gotten the numbers in the books. So, Jimmy, can you take a look at them for us?
The Olivet Comets, 48 points on the strength of 20 of 53 shooting from the floor, only 3 of 20 from three-point distance, 5 of 18 from the charity stripe. They turned the ball over 25 times. They did get 30 total rebounds, pretty even split, 18 on the defensive side, 11 assists, 7 steals. However, they committed 22 fouls. They did score 26 points in the paint, which was a pretty good job by the Comets. But that was obviously over half of their offense in the paint. Just really weren't getting it done from outside when they needed to close the gap. The Britons, 108 points on the strength of 35 of 60 shooting, 19 of 33 from three-point distance. Almost the same number of three-point makes for the Britons as total makes for the Comets, 19 to 20 there. 19 of 27 also from the charity stripe. They turned the ball over 13 times, which is something you would look to correct. But in a game of turnovers on the Comets' part, 13 doesn't seem like much. They did score 34 points off of those 25 Comet turnovers. And the bench scoring, and I think, if I'm remembering the starting five, Jim, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Emily Zagota came off the bench to start. So 44 of those 76 points. That's why that bench scoring looks as drastic as it does. 44 of those 76. Individual scoring, Jillian Nichols led the Comets with 15 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists, 9 points for Takia Collins, 6 points apiece for Megan Sisko and Brittany McDuffie. Katie McKinnon had 5 points, Kaylee Hancock with 3 points, Stephanie Cochran with 2, Jasmine Hildebrand with 2, and that balances out the Olivet Comets for the Albion Britons in victory. Emily Zagota, 15 of 21 total from the floor, including 13 of 19, a record-setting night for D3 women's players. 13 three-pointers for Emily Zagota, 44 points on the night. Emily Burness with 12, Tiara Orban with 9. Olivia Savage had a quiet 9, but a good night, 9 points, 4 assists. 8 points each for O'Curry and Paige Risch. 7 points for Jamie Hubbard, including 5 free throws. Mackenzie Fairbanks with 6 points and 8 rebounds. Erin Nelson, 3 points and 5 boards. And then Mackenzie Opp with 2 points and 4 assists. All around solid effort. And again, congratulations to Coach Doreen Carden on win number 250.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it was a great performance by the ladies here tonight. The men are on the floor right now. They're loosening up and getting ready to play, and it should be a really big ball game. The Calvin Knights are in town, long and lean and quick, and we're expecting a good ball game. The last time these two hooked up, it was 71-70. The Knights won on their home floor, and we'll talk about it here shortly. But right now, we're going to step away, take a couple of breaks. When Coach Carden gets back up here with us, we'll chat with her and then get you ready for the men's game here on the Briton's Basketball Network. Back here at the Kresge Gymnasium, I have Coach Carden with me right now. And Doreen, I'll tell you, well, first of all, let's say congratulations to you on win number 250 tonight.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
You know what? I'll tell you, it was kind of overshadowed a little bit. You had a young lady out on that floor tonight that had even a bigger night than what you had. Emily Zagota, you know what? we put it this way. Emily Zagota lost tonight 48-44, okay, if she'd have been playing by herself. Thankfully, you had some other teammates out there, so you had an easy win this evening.
Yeah, I mean, Zagota put on a show. I mean, and everyone knows she's capable of shooting. She must have obviously been in the zone tonight and was just on fire. It was just a great performance that we got to witness that.
We talked a little bit about the ball game tonight to open everything up and how you were going to start this ball game. And we were guessing that you were hoping that your team was going to come out on fire, and that's exactly what you did.
Oh, for sure. After that loss to Trine, I think everybody kind of was a little wake-up call for us, and I'm glad that we came out and played the way we did and didn't come out looking like we did against Trine. So it's great to see our kids being resilient and bounce back the way they did after last Saturday.
Let's talk a little bit about last week, because you had such a big night against Hope to pull that one out. It was, I guess, understandable that you go to Trine and have a little letdown, but a coach never likes that, does she?
I know. It was tough. I didn't know how we were going to look having both, top two teams in our conference back-to-back. And that Hope was so emotionally draining, I think, on all of us. And I think it showed against Trine. And they're a really good team. They came out focused. And, we just didn't really have the gas. We couldn't really do anything that we wanted to do like we did tonight against them. So, again, it was good to see us bounce back tonight.
Yeah, you really had a good effort tonight. And we'll go back to Emily for just a bit. She set the school record tonight. She's also got the most three-point shots of any lady in D3 basketball this year.
Yeah, that's awesome.
How's that for a couple of numbers? The guy over here in the gold sweater provided both of those for us this evening.
No, that's great. I mean, I know she knows. I didn't know. I knew that she was close to the school record because I was here when Jess Babcock broke it.
Okay.
Against Trine, I remember it was senior day, and she, too, put on a performance. So I knew Zagota was getting close, and, I was keeping her in just to kind of break that record. Then I found out, she's close to a school record and then national record, all that kind of stuff. So
is that the reason she stayed in as long as what she did? Because she had point number 100. We kind of made that comment that she only had one 2-point shot tonight, basically, because she hit two, actually, but she was fouled on the other one and went to the free throw line and knocked down a three.
Yeah, we were trying to get her in just to get one more point so she could break the record. Because she's so close. I don't know if it ever happened again in a long time. So just for her to be so close, we might as well have tried to get her at that point. She did, which was good.
All in all, it looked like the defense really ratcheted it up tonight and played extremely well. Were you happy?
Yeah, very happy. I felt like, the press, like I said, that's our system. That's what we do. And I felt like it really helped us get that lead and kind of keep the momentum the whole game. That's what we've done all year.
The idea of when you're up that many to keep the dogs on and keep playing hard, is that just your philosophy of basketball?
It's tough. Honestly, I talked to the Calvin coach last week because they did it all last year, and it is tough. But you're trying to get your young kids in who don't work on it as much.
Sure.
You know what I mean? So they need time with it. We didn't go full court. We ended up going half court, which we never do. So we were kind of just working on that. So yeah, we were just trying to get our young kids to stay in that same mode and not really go back to just playing half court defense.
Had to feel good because you got most of that fourth quarter in for those young ladies. They got a chance to really get some good minutes tonight.
Yeah, for sure. Our starters didn't even play that quarter. So yeah, they got a lot of good minutes. And like I said, they need practice at it too because they don't get a lot of minutes off the bench. So it's kind of our philosophy.
First day of February, good way to start the month, I would think.
Yeah, great way. Yes. We still got, 4 more games left conference. And we just got to keep it rolling from here on out.
Got a big one coming up with Adrian, I would think, this weekend. You can't really have that letdown like you had last week.
No, not at all. Adrian's a good team, and I know they're going to be coming out and playing hard. We just got to keep it rolling. So, yeah, we're up for the challenge, but it should be a good game on Saturday.
You got a tough way out. You do have to go to Calvin still, but you know what? That gives you one more opportunity maybe to get that win against these guys this year.
Yeah, I think our kids are pretty confident. Because we played them so close here. Like I said, I don't think we played bad on the road. We're a pretty good team on the road. So, yeah, I hope we can go there and maybe pull one out. But right now, it's kind of one game at a time. Adrian on Saturday.
Yeah. You got to feel a little bit sorry for Coach Engel, his first year. And, I know his ladies are playing hard, but, boy, they didn't have any answers for you tonight.
Yeah, I know. It's tough. First-year coach. I know he lost a lot last year. They had a really good team, and we lost to him last year twice. And I don't know if he knows that, but
that's the way it turns around, doesn't it? Huh?
Exactly, and that's just how it is, And so it's good to see our kids, get 2 against them this year.
Last time we get to see you here this year, so it's good to be 2-1. We're happy with that. Sam over here has to buy us all chalupas because whenever you go over 100, normally we make the SID do that, okay? But Bobby's broke. He had no money in his wallet at all. He showed it to us and everything. So it reverts then to the replay engineer, which is Samantha over here.
Okay.
So Sam had to buy us chalupas tonight after the second ball game.
I'm glad I could provide you guys with some chalupas.
We'd hope for you to remember that as the years go on, because we
will.
do, obviously we have not missed too many meals as a broadcast team, and we like that. I guess what I'm getting at in a very roundabout way, which you'll find I do oftentimes, what's the key for you guys in the next few weeks when we can't see you?
I mean, our keys, again, we got to stay healthy. We have some injuries, you know. I mean, that's the biggest thing. And I don't know, we just got to keep getting better defensively, keep, working on the press. And we just got to keep doing what we're doing. I think we're playing really well right now. Offensively, it clicked. We're making shots. I don't know if we're going to shoot like this every game.
Yeah.
So we just got to do some different things. But, I mean, right now we just got to stay healthy, and we just got to keep getting better these last few weeks.
Really, Zagota was not the only one hitting those threes. You had to be happy with the way the ball was moving, because you had a lot of open looks. Bernice had a few early. It really seemed like you had a lady open all night long.
Yeah, it's nice this year because I think we have more threats than just one. Like last year, we kind of really just had Zagota. This year, I feel like we got a lot of kids that are capable of opening, making shots, which helps a lot because it just makes us tougher to guard, which is good.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Well, hey, we appreciate the time tonight. Good luck for the rest of the season. Win them all out, and let's win that darn MIAA this year. What do you got?
Great, thank you.
Great, and congratulations on 250.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
There you go. Coach Doreen Carden here with us tonight as her ladies win big tonight, 108-48, and what a ball game. We're getting ready for the men's game, which is about 10 minutes away from right now, so we're going to step away. A couple minutes from now, we'll get back on here and get you ready for the men's game. It's Calvin and Albion here on the Briton's Basketball Network. Welcome back in here to Kresge Gymnasium on the campus of Albion College. Jim Funderburg along with Jim Bellamy, and we're about 8 minutes away from the introductions here of the men's game. Game number 2 tonight as the ladies took care of business against Olivet, 108-48 here this evening. And for the men, it's probably going to be just a little more difficult ball game for them this evening, Jim, as they will be facing a basketball team that really is right there in the hunt and looking for a way to find their way into the MIAA tournament this year. As you take a look at the standings here on the men's side here tonight, Hope leads the conference at 8-0, followed by Calvin at 6-2, Alma at 5-3. Then it's Trine and Olivet at 4-4, Kalamazoo and Albion at 2-6, and Adrian at 1-7. And tonight around the conference, you'll find Hope at Olivet, Adrian at Alma, Kalamazoo at Trine, and then Calvin here to take on your Britons. Last time these two teams got together, Jim, it was a shootout. It was 71-7, or 71-70. How's that? Well, that is 0 on the bottom of that thing.
A little bit better game.
I think a much better basketball game. Over in Grand Rapids, Michigan, at Calvin, it was Michael Welch that hit the jump shot with under 30 seconds to go, and then a defensive stand was able to power then the Knights over the Britons on that Saturday afternoon, 71-7. It was 70. I got that 7 in my mind. Sorry about that. But at that point in time, if you look at the game, there were 8 first-half lead changes, and the Britons basically closed out the half with a 10-2 run and took a 36-30 lead at the half. But that's been the MO of this basketball team all year long, and it's something that Coach May, I'm sure, is perplexed by. They've been able to play with everybody in the conference most of the time. They'll even have leads against teams, and sometimes even double digits, but because they're a little bit younger, they've not been able to hang on to those leads throughout the whole ball game.
Well, it's what Coach May says when we interview him. The 2 times we've interviewed so far, play a full 40.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get 30, sometimes you get 32, 35, but he hasn't really seen too many instances of the guys putting a full 40 minutes together, 2 solid halves of basketball, and it's cost them. I mean, they've had double-digit leads in some of those games, as you've said, games that they should have won. And you'd probably put about, I'd say, at least 4 more wins in the win column for this team. And, it's one of those things that the guys they have to figure out how to play that full 40 to put those, turn some of those close losses into victories.
Well, to give you an idea, too, they came out on a 9-2 run to open up the second half. They were ahead 45-32 at Calvin. And then Calvin just basically chipped everything away. They got it down to 4 at 50-46. And then basically it was a dogfight from that point on. That night, the Calvin was led by Denny with 19 points, 8 rebounds, 7 assists. Wilkes had 14. Siegel and Nick Kronemeyer and Welch all had 8 points. For that night as well, Dylan Bennett for the Britons led the entire team, came off the bench, had 22, had 16 of them in the first half. Branch also had 18 points for the Britons. And unfortunately, though, the ball game really kind of won on the backboard, Jim. The Britons out-rebounded that afternoon 45-28.
Yep, the rebounds definitely tell a story, especially without looking at the sheet to see what the breakdown was of offensive to defensive. That limited number of rebounds, there you go. Well, it was a fairly even split. 30 on the defensive side, only 15 on the offensive side. But it's just actually that was for Calvin. It looked like in that first game. So I mean, it was a decent split. 28 on the
28 for
I'm sorry, only 6. I was looking at the wrong side. I thought it was 28 and 22. Yeah, 22 defensive boards, only 6 offensive boards. What's that mean? No second chance point opportunities. You shoot, it's 1 and out. If you're not shooting 100% or somewhere close, you're not winning a ball game like that. If you get, say, even you double that to 12, that's 6 more opportunities for putbacks. That's probably 4 more field goals you make, and there you go.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
Turns a loss into a win.
Well, for the Knights, they bring in 3 of their 5 starters from last year, including 11 players overall. They're going to be led tonight by senior Cam Denny. And he's got basically 6 rebounds a game. A pretty good size young guy, shooting about 40% from the floor. Also Nate Drews, another one of those seniors that are out there. And it's a basketball team that has a coach in Kevin Vandestreek, who's been coaching Calvin for 21 years now. He's 405 and 177. And overall, as his career, he's heading towards 500 wins, almost twice as many as Doreen. They were national champs back in 1990 and 2000, and they've won the MIAA 9 different times under Kevin Vandestreek. For the Britons, they're coming in really with a situation where, it's been kind of a tough week and a tough situation since we've seen them last. But it's just been a rough year for the Britons here, as they've had a couple of really tough games. Again, they had a Trine game and a Hope game, and when you're playing teams like that, it can make for a long Saturday afternoon or Wednesday night.
Yeah, we talk about the cream of the crop again of the conference, and the Britons. The one thing we said this from the first time we called a Britons men's game. This would be number 3 for us calling in the season. Got to win those home games.
Got to.
And so when you're still well below 500 at home, it's just one of those things where
1-7.
Yeah. It's just one of those things where you just what is the magic formula? What are we missing? But the thing is whatever you're missing at home is what you're missing on the road too. It has nothing to do with what gym you're playing in. So it just goes back to what Coach May said. It's full 40. If you get a double-digit lead, grow the double-digit lead. Don't if you're going to go into a cold spell, do exactly what we saw the women's team do. Tighten down on your defense, play tougher defense. So if you're not scoring, they're not scoring. It's just sometimes it's easy for me to stand here and say things like that. Yeah, it's a little harder with momentum on the floor. But the talent is there, the want is there. It's just putting it all together for a full 40. And as soon as they do that, it's going to be a really tough team to contend with, but they have to get to that point.
Brits lost 78-49 to Trine. They went down 13-0 to open up that first half, which really put them in a bit of a bind. They came back. We're only down 1, 25-24. but really it was just not a very good second half, as they never got within 12 points in the second half against Trine, and they lost 78-49. A little better game against Hope, but again, a couple of runs, 11-2 run by Hope for the Flying Dutchman, and they win 82-70 over Albion. When they played them here a week ago, Albion trailed 64-63 with only 4:16 to play in that basketball game, but they just weren't able to close the gap and make things happen. It was 53-52 in the latter stages of that ball game, in the second half of that ball game, but it just was not a night for Albion that night. Burks led Albion with 19, Wheeler with 18 and 9 rebounds. Branch had 10, but that was how the week went for the Britons last week. We have the teams now ready for the introductions and the national anthem, so we'll turn it over to the PA announcer here and get you ready for men's basketball here on the Britons Basketball Network. And there you have the starting lineups for both these basketball teams here tonight. It's going to be an interesting situation. I think one of the names that really jumps at you, Jimmy, is Ryan Lowe getting the start tonight, the big fella, because you do have a team that Bobby said is a jumper. These guys can get off the ground and they can go at it. They can jump you right out of the gym, so you're going to go with a little bit smaller, a little bit bigger team tonight. And also number 30, Jared Lahr, is a different name and number that we have seen here this year. So Lahr, number 30, also getting a chance to start this evening, and we'll see how the Britons do tonight with a basketball team in Calvin that is pretty tall and pretty athletic. Welch is a 6'8" senior, and DeWitt 6'2", Wilkes is 6'5", Denny is 6'6", and Kanoe at 6'2" are the starters there tonight for the Calvin Knights, and it will be an interesting ball game as we get things started here at the circle with Cam Denny jumping up with Ryan Lowe. And Denny will give up a handful of inches there to the big fella wearing the number 54 white jersey, and he will control the tip. And I'll tell you what, this place got a little louder, Jim.
They're going to need it tonight.
No doubt about that.
It's going to be a good game.
Zoran kicks it into the big fella. He'll kick it right back out to Zoran. He'll drive the baseline, and we'll get a blocking foul right away on Michael Welch. The big senior at 6'8", averages about 22 minutes a night, scores 9 points a game. And just like that, he has his first foul here of the evening. And the Britons will inbounds the basketball underneath their own bucket. Very athletic Calvin team. They're in their dark road jerseys, and the fall-away jumper for Corey Wheeler finds its mark. And just like that, the Britons off to a quick 2-0 start. Full court pressure by Branch as he mimics Kanoe all the way down to the front court. Tony Canone. That's a great basketball name, isn't it, huh? Fadeaway jumper also goes down for Michael Wilkes.
It's a great name, period.
Yep. Tony Canone. Yeah, you got to love those, man. You really do. So the Britons are tied now with the Knights at 2. Just underway, and it's great to have you with us here in the first half of basketball on the Britons Basketball Network. Goes inside to Lowe. Kicks back outside for the three-point shot, just a little bit off. Zoran fights for the rebound underneath, but it goes off Michael Welch and will stay with the home team right under their basket with a fresh 30.
Yeah, Welch just kind of lost the handle on that. Good position on the board. Just let it slip out.
Inbounds pass comes to Jared Lahr, takes the shot, no good, and the rebound comes off to Calvin. Need to see one of the Brits men start to line it up like we saw in that first ball game here tonight. Find that home court to their liking here this evening. And get this crowd really fired up in this basketball game. Shots no good, rebounds, fight for the rebound, and the Britons pull it down.
Britons are working a good inside-outside game so far with Ryan Lowe. Let's see if they continue to do that as they have a real mismatch down low, Jim.
Zoran gives over to Wheeler. And here comes the lob inside, and we're going to get an offensive foul. And it'll go against the big fella, Ryan Lowe.
And I'll tell you what that was right there. You had number 32, Michael Wilkes, playing him low.
Yep.
You see how he's playing low the whole time. And Lowe kind of just pushing off a little bit and extended that arm. Easy for the official to call. Interesting tactic right there, being overmatched by size and playing him low, but ended up getting the whistle.
2 minutes into the ball game, both teams have 2 points on the scoreboard here on the Brits Network.
Good job by the Brits on defense to get the steal. Transition.
Blocking foul. And that'll be 2 on Michael Welch.
Yep, good eye. That's number 2 on Welch. Gonna have to go to the bench, I would assume. I don't think you're gonna, with 17:47 left in the first half, I don't think you want to risk number 3 already.
Austin Bykirk will come off the bench for Welch as Corey Wheeler goes to the free throw line.
And Jim, you mentioned, I believe already, Welch gives you 22 minutes a game. That's going to be severely tested, as he's going to be bench-ridden for, I'd say, a good portion of this half.
You would have to think so, with 2 of them 3 minutes into the ball game, not even 3 minutes into the ball game, you've got to believe that he's going to sit on the pine for a while.
Yeah, I can't see Coach Van de Streek risking getting number 3 already.
Both free throws will go through for Corey Wheeler. And Wheeler, who hits 2 out of 3, hits 2 for 2 his first time to the charity line. Brits up by a deuce. Spin move and a nice shot by Cam Denny. Tell you what, the big fella from Bluffton, Indiana, Norwell High School, he's a senior, and at 6'6", not afraid to get into that paint and go towards that rim. Brits lost the handle, and the ball goes into the front court. Lar tossed the basketball over to Wheeler, but it was a little bit wide of its mark, and it goes to the other end of the gym, unfortunately. Coach May up chatting just a little bit about that one. Those are the turnovers you got to stay away from against this basketball team. Calvin plays a pretty solid game. Don't make a lot of mistakes. Make you pay for things like that. Brits would like to get a big win in front of a home crowd tonight. Jump shots wide. I'll tell you, the big guy got shoved and knocked down. No call, but the rebound comes to Zaran.
It takes something to knock the big guy down. I don't think Lowe flops a lot either, Jim.
Nope, I don't think he does either. Shot's no good. The rebound comes off to Calvin. Branch misses his first shot of the night. And then on the other end, they give the ball right back as Austin Bykirk, who just come in,
keep an eye on that.
Couldn't handle the basketball, and it goes out of bounds.
He might have either a strawberry on there, or a little bit. Looks like just a little bit of floor burn on there.
Lowe is going to take a seat, as we'll have the first substitution of the night, and Cavius Burks will check in for the Brits. They'll go a little bit smaller, a little more athletic with the freshman. And again, you can see this Calvin defense. They're pressuring the ball on all parts of the floor in the front court. And the jump shot, and the draws a whistle. And the whistle will be against Tony Kanoe. And Kanoe gets his first foul of the night. That's number 1 on Kanoe. That's 3 now on the Calvin Knights. And the Britons yet to commit a foul here in this opening half.
Those will add up. But the way the game tends to ebb and flow, you see 3 fouls now, but it also wouldn't surprise me if you check back about 5 minutes later and there's still only 3 fouls on. It's just
everything evens out.
The way the game goes, yeah.
Nice job by the Britons to hit that free throws early, as Corey Wheeler has all 4 free throws. He has actually all 6 points right now for the Britons. Ooh, that one went up a little bit too high.
Yeah, dribbled like above his shoulder there.
Denny will throw it away. So he actually turned the ball over one time that wasn't called, and then threw the ball into the student section.
Another thing to keep an eye on that turnover right there. Bykirk, ball just went off his hands out of bounds. You saw him kind of grab that ankle. I think he stepped on one of the Britons' feet.
Yeah, and Bykirk right now in for Michael Welch, who has 2 personal fouls here early. Wheeler in the air was able to hang on to it, get it to Burke, turn around, fall away, jump shot, short. Rebound comes off to Cam Denny.
Got the separation off that spin move, just a little too soft on that shot.
Denny bounces it to Kanoe. Got to get that out to all those, every one of those syllables. Shot's no good. Zaran's right there to pull it in. And the Brits will bring it up in a hurry. Branch works off the screen from Zaran. Over to Wheeler. He drives.
Oh, yeah.
He's got the bucket. He also has the harm.
I think you're seeing the Britons' game plan, Jimbo.
Yep.
Get the ball to the top, work a little bit of a curl, and then slash and attack. It's worked quite well, I believe. That's about the 5th time they've run that play. And it's either drawn a whistle, points, or both.
I'll tell you what, that's 2 fouls now also on Kanoe. And so he'll have to take a seat.
And Van Boxel checks in for him, Jim. So both teams having to go to the bench for different reasons. The Knights having to go to the bench because of foul trouble. 2 players, 2 fouls apiece.
Wheeler has all 8 points, make it 9 now, and it's 9-4. Britons on top.
And we saw a player outscore a team in game 1.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know that we'll see that in game 2, but you're definitely going to need more distribution as the night goes on.
Ball goes inside. Van Boxel will miss it. Zaran's there to clean up the rebound. This would be a big ball game tonight for Coach May and his guys if they could pull this one off against Calvin. Obviously a team that's not really going anywhere, as that shot is wide. It catches nothing. Burks pulled down the rebound, but boy, he was all wrapped up underneath. No call underneath on 32, Michael Wilkes.
They were kind of holding arms right there.
They were locked up, and I guess the official decided that basically both had the same opportunities underneath there, but Wilkes gets away with a foul. Burks steps out of bounds, and the ball turns over to Calvin.
Yeah. Well, one thing we agree on, there was a lot of contact.
There was a lot of contact down there. And, again, Burks came down with that rebound and was just locked up there all of a sudden. Almost a steal, but the jump shot instead's good for a three. And I'll tell you what, if you miss it, he'll make you pay. And Tony DeWitt knocks down his first bucket of the night.
Yep.
And it's 9-7.
All or nothing type proposition right there, Jim. Came up with nothing on that one.
Wheeler had that. If he could have picked that off, he was on his way to the other end with an easy lay-in. Drives the baseline and knocks it home, and a nice job by Darius Branch to score his first bucket of the night, and the first point scored by somebody other than Corey Wheeler.
Branch trying to draw that and one right there. He's unable to initiate any contact. Good block by Zoran.
Zoran says, not on my watch, Derek DeVries. Get out of here. And DeVries with the hand in his face. On the other end, it's a jump shot that goes for Jalen Fordham, and just like that, Calvin says, we better talk about this one. It's 13-7 with the Brits on top. And Coach wants to bring these guys in and think about little things. And I'll tell you what, that block on that end, Jimmy, just might light things up here tonight.
Hey, it's, defensive presence. And you talked about, the Knights being a jumping kind of team. You're going to need to match that intensity inside. You saw that with Ryan Lowe earlier, and now you see that with Jason Zoran as well. You got to get those hands up, got to play them tough, got to play them a little physical, and they've done a good job of that so far, bringing that intensity to Calvin, and Calvin now is going to need to respond after that nice start, 13-7 advantage Britons.
Robert Ryan will come off the bench here for Coach May and see his first minutes of the night, so he'll be on the floor along with Jalen Fordham, Corey Wheeler, and it is actually Robert Ryan that will go into the backcourt and pressure the basketball. Luke Van Boxel brings it up for the Knights, feed it inside to Welch. Stops, but he's got three Brits on him, and they're going to get a foul on Zoran for a little bit of a ticky-tack push underneath.
Yep.
Cam Denny was the guy that was trying to make things moving down underneath.
A little physical. The officials need to make sure they also set a tone that let's keep it at the intensity it is without letting it get too physical.
Ryan Lowe will come in. Zoran will take a seat. That was only number one on Zoran, but Coach getting the big fella back on the floor here again on the defensive end. I do believe that he brings a whole different attitude and a different problem for the opposition in that center. Didn't really seem to matter too much for Cam Denny there, as he was able to cut across that lane and knock one down. Denny shooting 13 a night, as that ball's tipped out of bounds and will stay with the Britons underneath their bucket. Carried on with the point. Denny playing about 28 minutes. It's about 39% from the floor, and hits almost 30% of them from behind the arc as they switch Nate Meppelink into the ball game here for Calvin. Inbounds pass is fed to Acavius Burks. Puts it on the floor, and then it goes inside. See if the big fellow will work it. Nope, back outside. Now back inside.
Nice inside-outside game.
Oh, a little bit too hard for the easy lay-in underneath, but the rebound is fought for, and I think we're going to have a reach on Calvin, I believe, isn't it, huh?
Yep. They're going to get number
34, Mike Siegel.
Yep.
Siegel out of Fremont, Michigan, and there was a bit of a pile down there. You had to wait and see how they unhooked everybody. And
I thought it was going to be a tie ball.
I did too initially.
But in game one, the officials weren't calling it as fast as I've seen in previous games too. So
Lowe has a triple team, so he'll dish back outside. Oh,
nice
toss. Really nice idea, but the ball just a little bit behind Burks, and I'm not really sure that he was expecting it. Hit him on the hands and went right out of bounds. just about a step behind him. If it had been in front of him, might have been a little bit easier play, but a great move by Robert Ryan to try to get that ball down to him.
How does Robert Ryan make up for it? You see the intensity in that full court defense right there.
Jump shot for three is too strong. The rebound tip, pulled down by the Brits. They tried to get that ball out real quick to Fordham, but it was knocked out of bounds.
Yep, Meppelink on that just quick as a cat reflex to get that hand out, because that would have been an easy transition basket.
Very active Calvin basketball team. That's what we expected, and boy, that's what we're seeing.
You said a long and lean team, Jim. A lot of wingspan in these young men in maroon jerseys.
Michael Wilkes about ready to check back in here for the Calvin Knights. Burks working one-on-one, and the reach-in foul will go against Calvin, and that'll be DeVries.
Oh, yep, you're right. DeVries. I saw the reach-in right there by Siegel, but it looks like they got the body bump instead.
DeVries will go to the bench. He was going that way anyway, as Tony DeWitt will check back in.
That's 16 fouls on Calvin. The next one for the rest of the half is free throws, Jim.
Nice little floater that won't go in, but the putback by the big fella. And Ryan Lowe says, hey, I'm in this paint for a reason. Get out of my way and watch me score.
And you know what it does? Those 6 fouls means probably a little bit more timidity on the offensive glass. They don't want to be too physical on the offensive or the defensive glass. I mean,
Michael Wilkes, it's almost 38% from behind the arc, and that one caught nothing but net and floor here at the Kresge.
So I push it in. I just keep working an inside-outside game to Ryan Lowe. If they're going to keep doubling, you space well. Somebody should have an open look for a 3.
And as you said, man, a one and bonus for the rest of the way with the next team foul. Fordham with an open look. No. Rebound fought for, and it's the big fella that got it, but they're going to say he went over the back. That'll be foul number 2 on Lowe.
Yep, tough call right there. That was a 50-50 ball, whether it was over the back or he was beside him. But
good effort, and it would have been a great putback, and this gym kind of came to its feet every time the big guy gets on that floor. So Ron will check in for him.
Look at the fans, so helpful down there. Trying to explain to the official what they saw. The official, I'm sure, taking in every word.
You know what? He's smiling down there. So whatever he's catching is a positive message at least. How's that?
They're just trying to help.
Ryan on the run out, 1-on-2 underneath, can't get it to go. Fordham with the rebound, but it goes out of bounds, but it's off the purple jerseys down underneath, and it's off of 14 Meppelink, and it will stay with the Brits for the new 30.
And that's got to be the most frustrating thing for Coach Vandestreek right there, is 2 Calvin Knight jerseys underneath the basket, and they can't come up with the rebound.
Wide open look, spins in and comes back out for Corey Wheeler. I think he was just amazed that he had the open look that he got there. 11 minutes to play in the first half with the Brits on top, 15-12. Jump shot from the left corner, no good. This one knocked. Oh, and saved. Boy, I thought it was going to go out of bounds, but a nice job by Meppelink to keep that ball in play and keep it with Calvin. And you don't count anything out. These guys do not stop. And we've got a foul on the inside against Burks as he was wrestling down there with Cam Denny.
Wrestling's the right word, too.
Really, they had just a pushing and shoving match going on underneath that bucket. Could have gone either way, and I think really Denny looked over at him and kind of smiled a little bit because he knew that one might have been called against him. Coach down there, Jody May, lobbying his case to the referees for that foul, but didn't get it.
A couple of tough ones go against you now, and that, like scoring, becomes a momentum situation.
Calvin working the edges right now. Looking for an open look, and they've got one. Shot no good, but right there for the rebound is Denny. He goes under the bucket and reverses and puts it back in. This big fella can play some basketball, Jim.
Yep. Did a good job. Those long arms use that basket, the hoop, as a screener right there.
Fordham drives all the way to the rim. And one! Got the glass and the harm.
It's worked so well so far, so why go away from it?
I would agree with you. Brits starting to play some pretty good ball here tonight as they will make a couple substitutions. Dylan Bennett, who came in the last time against these guys and hit 22, And Darius Branch back out on the floor as Fordham will go to the free throw line to shoot the and one.
And Nate Meppelink on the foul. It's his first, team's 7th. So they're in the bonus the rest of the half.
Tony DeWitt about ready to check in, and this one stays home.
10:08 to play in the half, Jim, and they're in the bonus.
Now that's always a good sign.
But how do you take advantage of that now? That's the question, because you often see a team in the bonus with this much time left, and then you look up at the end of the half and they haven't shot
really made
any
anything.
free throws.
Yeah, exactly. Meppelink sets down as DeWitt comes onto the floor. 10 minutes exactly to play in a really good first half. 18-14. Oh, that's got to be a traveling call, and they've got it. Everybody underneath got it called, and finally the official out front said, yep, I think Austin Bykirk kind of slid his way right into that lane. A little too fancy there for the way that we play basketball here at Albion.
Planted that foot, and it just kept rolling towards the tippy toe, and then the tippy toe went off the ground. There you go.
Ah, boy.
The kick. Van Boxel.
We knew this was going to be a good one tonight, Jimmy, and you can just feel it. You can feel this gym. It's on fire right now.
Yeah.
You know, the first game, the ladies' game, not many people here. The
Jim
students
filled in
showed
nice,
up.
though, as the game went along. And, boy, the people who were here, and I have to say, I have to give a lot of credit and a lot of kudos to the Calvin men's team.
Yes.
Under that basket. They witnessed a great shooting performance, and they were cheering loud for too. So as to go to I mean, it's hey, game respects game.
Scoop shot after the drive is good by Darius Branch. Got a little bit of a bump as he blew on by and was able to get just enough.
That's what you do. You're in the bonus. I mean, they're not going to get physical with you.
Yep. You can't, man. They don't want that and one. 15 to shoot. Oh, that one just about.
Two guys in the. Oh, he was out of bounds. Yep.
Tony Canoni actually with 2 fouls came back in and was actually standing over that sideline when he got that ball.
Had to run around. I believe he had to run around either Burks or Branch. I couldn't see which player ending in the number 4 it was.
Mitchell Rubio checks in for the Britons now. His first minutes on the floor tonight.
I don't think you settle for outside shots. I think you continue to slash inside. Try to draw the whistles. There you go. Take it to him.
And that's exactly right, Jimmy, as Branch really just found a defender with his hands up in the air and was backpedaling away.
They're not going to foul.
Yep.
So that takes away a big part of their interior defense. Takes away their size.
Oh, wild shot, but the rebound is saved by Michael Welch.
Didn't hit the rim, though.
10 seconds to shoot. A little too tall. Bounces around. Looked like it was going to fall in, but doesn't. And Zoran's right there to pull it down.
Looked like he's going to fall in twice.
Fordham for 3, no good. Rebound again to Welch.
That's that shot that sounds good in theory, but you'd love to see them work it inside again. Just keep going inside.
Zoran out-battles everybody to the basketball. DeRubio back to Zoran, and he had a guy all by himself underneath the bucket. Darius Branch calling for that basketball, but Rubio didn't see him down in front of him.
Yep, you wish he'd no-looked to the left and passed back to the right to catch that defender wrong-footed.
Because the only guy no-looking was Zoran. He wasn't expecting the ball to come back from Rubio.
It was such a good no-look pass that the person receiving it didn't look.
Yep, that was the problem. Couple of missed opportunities the last 2 trips down the floor here for the Britons, but they still have a 22-14 lead with 8:05 to play. Playing some inspired basketball here in this first half.
Crowd's helping keep them fueled.
Gotta like that. Canoni brings it down. Gives it to Cam Denny. Between his legs, he's got Zoran on him. Back out to Welch. Jump shot from the free throw line, but before he did that, he took an extra step as Tony DeWitt will get called for the walk, and the ball goes back to the Brits. Corey Wheeler back on the floor.
I feel a lot safer, Jim, knowing there's a stormtrooper down in the second row.
That's good.
Student section. And when you get a chance, get that close-up of the stormtrooper down there.
It's good to have a guy like that to defend us if we need him. I agree. I wonder if the mothership's around anywhere. Darius Branch brings it up between these legs, works off the Zoran pick, kicks back outside.
Inside-outside game.
Zoran now.
There you go.
Gets the ball over, and it just won't quite get there for Mitchell Rubio.
I'd like to see him use more glass right there, Jimbo.
Ball goes into Welch, who spins and lays it in, and a nice move by the big fella with 2 fouls. Out of Stevensville, Lakeshore High School.
It's the length, too.
Yeah, he's a tough guard at 6'8" and as active and as mobile as what he is.
He can go from out of the paint to in the paint with one spin move.
He really can. Rubio dribbles. Kicks to the corner to Bennett. Back out front to Rubio.
Bad spacing right here by the Brits.
Down the lane, shot up, foul called. And that will be in Cannoni, and that's 3 on him.
Jim. So if there's any question as to how long he's going to play in the first half, I think his first half's over.
I think it is. Van Boxel will check in for him. And Corey Wheeler will go to the free throw line.
And it's 2 now. I mean, that was on the shot. It's team foul number 8 against the Knights. But, again, in the bonus the rest of the half.
And we leave the first one a little bit short, Corey Wheeler. How many points does Wheeler have right now, Jim?
Take a look at the individual stats. As they say, stand by. Please stand by. Wheeler has 9 points on the night.
9
was 5 of 5 from the line prior to that miss.
Now he's 5 of 6 as he hits the second one, so that's a plus at least. And it's 23-16 as the Brits with the 7-point cushion here with just under 7 to play in the opening half. Brits playing some pretty good defenses. Welch has to come out. Down in the corner, the long jump shot for 2, they're going to say. And that was a 2 by Cam Denny. So Denny can take you into the rack if he wants to, or he can pull out and hit that 3 if he needs to. That one just inside that 3-point arc.
Gives you something else to think about when you're guarding him, how far out you're going to have to step. Now you're going to have to guard him all the way out to the 3-point line, which opens up the potential for inside.
Basketball team that scores almost 75 a night. Jump shot for 3 is a little bit tall, and it's no good, and the rebound will come off to Calvin. And it's the one thing that I think the weak spot that I've seen in this team this year is that 3-point shooting, as Branch missed that one.
Well, it's not their game tonight.
No, it's not. And with the fouls, as you pointed out, I think it's a matter of taking it in and taking it to the rack every time, and he's going coast to coast on this one. And we're going to get a reach-in foul before a charge, I think, on that one.
Van Boxel.
Van Boxel really kind of bailed us out on that one as Darius Branch was moving out of control, and they set up and waited on him down there. Denny had him all set up for the charge, but the reach-in before he got to him will send him to the free throw line as Rubio will sit and Burke will come back in. Acavius Burks out of Flint, Beecher High School, the freshman, 6'4", averaging about 7.4 a game. And Branch goes to the free throw line, shooting 87% on the season. First one catches the front of the iron. It's rebounded off by Calvin. Yeah, I jinxed him, didn't I? Huh?
I was going to say, so naturally I missed the first one. That's the way it is.
Denny with an easy look as somebody went to sleep on the inside. And I think it's the big freshman.
Yeah, Burke switched and then had Branch to pick him up. And Branch did the smart thing and just kind of let that one fly by.
Not much of a defender there when you've got that kind of a height difference. Pull out after the bump by Corey Wheeler, and he knocks that one down. So Wheeler now with 12 points on the night.
Wheeler almost got away with a little extra step there himself, but kept that tippy toe down.
Britt's lead has been cut back to 5 now at 25-20. And that 3-point shot again by Cam Denny.
Well, the last one was really close. This one, you're going to take an extra step or 2 back to make sure that you know that's a 3. Now we got a ball game, Jim. 2-point game.
Oh, man. Could come down to the buzzer again tonight with these two. It was 71-70 last time. Oh, nice try by Corey Wheeler.
There you go.
And Zeron gets the rebound and the putback.
Nice.
Wheeler
giving up on the offensive glass, Jim.
No fear whatsoever attacking that rim tonight, Jimmy. And now he just needs his buddies, just like Zeron that time, to clean things up when he can't make one go down. Denny, as Burks falls down, has an open shot, but he couldn't get it to go. And Bennett fights for the rebound. The jump ball situation will go back towards Calvin.
That's a good call.
Yep.
DeWitt with the tie up right there on Bennett. And this one stays with the Knights. Down 4, 4:28 to play first half.
Denny will inbound with Burks on him. Ball comes into DeWitt, who gives it up immediately to Van Boxel. And then
that's
he loses
foul. Yes, sir. Yep.
And Van Boxel on the block out as Darius Branch will actually draw the foul. And that's number 10 now as a team. And that'll send Branch down the other way to hit free throws.
Make the most of them.
That's what you have to do now. You really have to be able to step up to that line now and see some the next one will be 10 because it was a foul on the other end.
That it was an offensive foul technically.
Yep.
So it's not a shooting foul. But yeah, I mean that's foul number 10. So double bonus now, rest of the half.
From this point on, man, when you go to that charity line, there needs to be a lot of swish going on as Bennett draws one from the corner. That's a 3. 22 for him last time against these guys, had 16 in the second half. Like to see that kind of a shooting performance out of Bennett here tonight. That would really be what we need. 30-23. Takeaway. Brits on the run. Wheeler 1-on-2 off the glass. No good. Zaron's there for the putback. And Calvin wants to talk things over. Coach Van de Streek says, hold it a minute, man. This is not the way things are supposed to be played out here. We're the guys getting those second looks. We're the guys that are supposed to be pulling down these rebounds. Zaron with a nice job now as he's had 2 offensive putbacks in the last couple of minutes, Jimmy.
And it has to be very frustrating for Coach Van de Streek, Jim. Again, at least the third or fourth time I've seen 2 Calvin players in prime position on each side of the rim, ready to get a rebound, and for whatever reason they overcommit and they end up carrying themselves almost out of bounds with momentum. And both times Zaron has been right there the last couple possessions for an easy grab, an easy putback. And it's just one of those where, you know, you love your players on the defensive glass to go up strong, but don't go up so strong that you take yourself out of the play. Go straight up. You know, you don't have to dive forward for the ball.
The basket puts the Brits back up by 9 with 3:47 to play in this first half. Really good first half of basketball here from the Kresge on a Wednesday night. Hope you're enjoying it out there on the Brits Basketball Network. And if you're from Calvin, we love you, but I hope you're not enjoying it all that much. How's that? I'll tell you, a nice play there. As I'm sure they drew that one up on the bench, and Cam Denny, after running through a couple of screens, wide open right there at the rim.
I just can't figure out how that ball made it to him clean.
Nice job by Calvin.
Precision pass, that's for sure.
13 to shoot for the Brits.
Yep, they got to drive now.
Burks 1-on-1. He'll drive and a little bump as he steps out at the free throw line and knocks it down. And you're right, it was a little flop. I think Siegel was going backwards a little too quickly, and Burks was able to set himself, and the freshman able to make the shot from the right side of the free throw line. 34-25. 3-point try for Calvin, which hits the top of the backboard and then falls through, but it will be waved off, and you get those every now and then.
That's a friendly roll.
That was a friendly roll, that's
aided
for
by
sure.
the top of the backboard, and that, like you said, is a turnover.
So the Britons have an opportunity to stretch this lead out to its biggest spot of the night as they can get up by double digits with the bucket here. Double team on Wheeler, who gets it back outside. Burks for 3, a little too hard, and the rebound fought for and brought down by Denny. And he'll just bring it right in the front court. Between the legs.
Oh, man.
Wide open shooter, Michael Welks, came down that end line there and was just all by himself. Somebody lost his man.
I think Burks was thinking he was going to cut out towards the 3-point line. They made a good head fake and cut right to the basket.
I'll tell you, this has been a learning year for young Mr. Burks. You know, things are a little bit tougher on this level, and guys move a little quicker, and things happen a little faster. As Bennett again from the corner. Maybe we've got one of those 3-point shooting contests going here in the men's game as well, as Burks now has hit the last 2 of them.
You and I both know they're not going to duplicate what we saw in game 1.
Hey, come on, man. I'd love to see another Brit tonight go for 12 in the second half.
Oh, I'd love to see it, too.
Make it 14, have them both go off for the big night.
Lost the handle.
Ball gets tipped away. Britain's basketball. Zaron brings it up. Guarded pretty tight there, and we'll bring it back out. Siegel.
Kick it out. Good hands.
Ball's on the ground, comes up to Calvin, and that is Siegel again that comes up with the turnover.
Calvin with good defense right there in the face of some serious adversity.
That's the one thing about this team. They do not panic. Oh, man, I'll tell you what, I think we got away with one there as Luke Van Boxel kind of got spun around and dropped on the floor right underneath the bucket.
Darius Branch kind of had a hold of the arm a little bit there, Jimbo.
Looked like that one could very easily have gone against Branch, but it did not, and the missed shot gives the ball back to the Brits with 1:03 to play. They'll go out and wipe up the sweat off the floor. As you can see, the three-point shot here by Denny. He knocks that one down, and I'll tell you what, into the corner. As Sam's doing a nice job with our replays this evening, and that's what the Brits have been doing so successfully tonight, is attacking that rim. And a good job of the Brits here so far. They've got to be shooting pretty well, I would think, Jim, when we take a look at some stats here coming up at halftime. We're just about a minute away. Britain's up by 10, and I think it would be really important for Coach May and his guys now to try to get into that locker room with a double-digit lead.
Agreed.
And then try to take that momentum and stretch it out through that second half, because again, their problem this year has been having that double-digit leads, but then not being able to maintain that lead.
Don't lose your identity here. Slash.
12 to
Don't
shoot.
settle for outside shots.
Bennett bounces it over to Branch. They'll go down to Zoran with 6 on the clock. Fall away jumper. Ooh. In and out. Oh, that was a tough one.
Yeah, good look right there. Much better. I feared that was going to be a three-point possession.
Meppelink with the rebound, and
Three-point shot, I should say.
Has that opportunity on the other end. Denny gives it up. Three-point jumper is good, and that's Meppelink that knocks that one down. So instead of a 10-point lead, it's 7 now as we go under 20 seconds and the shot clock is off. Brits have the last opportunity before we take this into the dressing room, and they look like they're going to utilize that here as they take their time. Darius Branch works, then drives, kicks to Bennett in the corner. Oh, just off the rim, no good. With 1.5 seconds left to go, we got a reach-in foul. It will be a common foul still, because that is only number 5.
Yeah. So probably not enough time.
9/10 of a second. There's plenty of time for a catch, a dribble, and a shot. Although it's not 2 or 3 dribbles, it's a catch, a dribble, and a shot. And they will get that shot from about 3 corners. Oh, it hit the rim. Close. I'll tell you what, 2 more inches, and that thing went swish right before the end of the half.
Yep.
As
it's been
it
that
is.
Kind of night here at the Kresge Gym.
It has
surprised me.
The Brits will take a 7-point cushion into the dressing room here at halftime. They're up 37-30. And I'll tell you what a first half of basketball. The opening game tonight with the ladies, 108-48. The ladies win it running away. But we've got a much more competitive ball game going here with the men here in the second ball game tonight.
Yes, sir.
And I'm sure the stats are going to show us that as you take a look at them, Jimmy. So if you've got the stats in front of you, I think Bobby Lee has done his job. Let's take a look at how that first half played out by the numbers.
Visiting Calvin Knights, 30 points on 13 of 30 shooting, 4 of 10 from 3, including that three-quarter court heave that almost went in. They did not try a free throw in that first half. No free throws, 0 for 0. 8 turnovers compared to 5 for the Brits. 17 boards compared to 18 for Albion. 13 of those came on the defensive side for Calvin. They did have 5 assists, 10 fouls, which really played a huge role in the way that first half was played. A little bit of an edge in terms of points in the paint to Albion, 16-12 as a result of that. Not being afraid to work that ball inside despite giving up a little size. For Albion, 37 points on 14 of 32 shooting, 2 of 8 from three-point territory, and really 8 for my money in that first half was too many.
Yeah, I agree.
They had so much success drawing the early fouls and then mitigating that size by taking it inside, and the Knights had to play hands off because they didn't want to keep racking up the fouls. One player with 3 fouls, another one with 2. 2 starters, I believe. 7 of 9 from the charity stripe. So you look at the 7-point edge, 7 free throws to none. There you go. There's your edge. Only 5 turnovers, 10 points off those 8 Calvin turnovers. Again, as I mentioned, 18 boards, 13 points on the bench. So that's another big advantage to the Brits. And again, as I mentioned, a 16-12 edge in points in the paint. For individual stats, for Calvin, Cam Denny leads all scorers with 15 points and 7 rebounds, 7 of 9 shooting in that first half. Michael Wilkes has 7, Meppelink and DeWitt with 3, and Michael Welch with 2. Not a whole lot of scoring, only 5 players score for the Knights. For the Britons, Corey Wheeler has 12 points on 3 of 8 shooting, but 6 made free throws in that first half. Dylan Bennett and Darius Branch, 6 points apiece. 5 points for Jalen Fordham. Jason Zoran has 4. Aquavius Burks and Ryan Lowe have 2 points apiece.
Well, it was an interesting first half of basketball, and the Brits have a 7-point lead, but that's definitely not enough if you don't keep the intensity level up and continue to push that basketball. Jim, when I went looking down through our stats here right now, one of the things that I think's missing from this basketball team that I've seen here is basically the three-point shot. I mean, Corey Wheeler hits 39%, Darius Branch 41%, Jaden Fordham at 30, Cavius Burks at 42%, almost 43, and Jason Zaran at 41%. So really the two top three-point shooters that you have on this team, well, two of the three is Zaran and Burks, both of the bigger guys that you got on that floor, so you're probably not expecting those guys to hit many of them in a night, and you really don't want them to do that. You want them to go to the backboard. So the guy that you have to look at is Dylan Bennett. He had a couple of them in that first half, but we really need to see a young guy like that heat up a little bit here in this second half so that you do still have that inside game. But the problem that you're going to run into, you really had the foul situation in your favor in that first half. That kind of slowed that defense down just a little bit. Second half may not come out that way the same.
The second half they start back with 0 fouls.
Yep, exactly.
And that changes the entire complexion of how the Calvin Knights will play defense, especially on the interior in that second half. You're going to see them come out a lot more aggressive now. One player who I don't necessarily expect to come out quite as aggressive as Tony Cannoni.
Yeah.
And that is, again, with those 3 fouls. I think it was a gamble putting him right back in. I think they took him out with 10 and change? No, 17. Yep. It was like 17 and change. He got those 2. And then he came right back in a few minutes later and picked up foul number 3. And I thought that was even a gamble. I thought I would have held him out, or Coach Vanderstreek would have held him out just a little bit longer, but he came right back in, and not long after he was brought back into the game, committed foul number 3, and I don't believe you really saw him much the rest of that first half. But again, starts back with 0 in the second half. You have a player with 3 fouls, but you still have 2 to give throughout the second half, and you will sub. The pace of this game dictates that you're going to be subbing fairly regularly anyway. So you look at that as kind of the green light to be a little bit more aggressive again in the second half. And again, the officiating, the foul situation and things like that, that usually kind of, again, I hate to use the word over and over, but it ebbs and flows.
It does.
The calls you had against you for playing aggressive in the first half may end up, going in your favor. They may no-call some of those.
Yeah.
Where, the ticky-tack on the wrist fouls going for a steal. This time, hey, we're just going for the ball. Going to let them play this time. So, you never know how those same situations are going to be called in the second half. So I think you have to be as aggressive as you were to start the first half. Not worry about whether or not you're going to get the whistle.
Cannoni's a young guy that plays 29 minutes a game. Denny plays 28, and then Welch plays 22, and Wilkes plays 24 almost. So those 4 guys log an awful lot of minutes, and Cannoni's minutes probably in the second half will not be the 14 that he'll normally get, 14 or 15. No. I would think he'll be hindered just a little bit with those 3 personal fouls.
To me, I think I'm kind of the opposite. I think with 3 fouls, I think you throw him out right away because he was bringing it in that first half.
He does.
A little too aggressive, and again, I think that some of those fouls, he was physical, but I think the Brits are going to come out physical as well. So you might see, hey, they're both kind of going for it. I don't know that this is really a foul on this guy this time.
Yeah.
So, again, you don't know until that second half starts, but I think you go with him, and I think you just let him go. If he happens to pick up 4, then you adjust. But you had to live life without him in the first half, and you're only down 7.
Yeah.
So,
balanced basketball team by Calvin, so it's going to be interesting to see
it both ways.
how Coach Vanderstreek will start things out in the second half. Well, we're at halftime here at the Kresge, and the Brits are up 37-30. We're going to step away for a couple of minutes, and we'll get ready to bring you the second half after about a 5-minute break here on the Briton Basketball Network.
Back at halftime prior to the start of the second half, I want to let folks know that Albion College art professor Michael Dixon hosts the community to the grand opening of his studio at 118 East Ash Street, just east of the Albion District Library, February 3rd at 5 p.m. Dixon's art explores the personal, societal, and aesthetic struggles of belonging to both white and black racial and cultural identities. Again, that starts February 3rd at 5 p.m., 118 East Ash Street, just east of the library. Also, we'll let folks know the Albion College Theater Department production of Clybourne Park hits the Herrick Theater stage. The curtain rises at 8 p.m. February 23 and goes through the 25th at 8 p.m. and 2 p.m. On the 26th. The next Blues at the Bohm Jam session featuring Michael Trotter Jr. is scheduled for February 13th from 7 to 10 p.m. Admission is just $5 at Bohm Theater. Visit bohmtheater.org for information. And one more, Jim. Mark your calendar. This is a little ways down the road, but certainly love talking about this one. This is going to be a big one. Friday, August 11. That's the date of the athletic department's annual Briton Classic golf outing at the Medalist Golf Club in Marshall. Registration begins at 9 a.m. that day with a shotgun start set for 10 a.m. And they will not let you hold the shotgun at the shotgun start.
That's a wise idea, man. I'm not a good guy with a gun. There's no doubt about that. I'd probably shoot all my toes off at that point in time, and then I wouldn't be able to play golf. But maybe they'll ask us to play golf. That part I'd like to go do.
Hopefully I get a little. If we do, hopefully we get a little practice in. I need a lot more than you do.
We'll swing them and knock them into that. I can knock them into the trees and the bushes as well as anybody. Doggone it. That's where I'm at.
Maybe they'll have us be the comic relief for all the serious golfers out there. But again, that's August 11. That's the big annual Briton Classic at the Medalist Golf Club in Marshall. So get that in your phone, in your calendar. However, are you a paper calendar guy? Or are you a?
Oh, I'm an electronic guy, man. Oh yeah, I would rather be a paper guy. I'm in the old day timers that they used to have back in the day.
Sure.
I loved having one of those in my pocket all the time, but anymore, they just really don't cut it anymore. So it is an electronic version, unfortunately, and I'm learning to live with it. How's that?
Well, I think the difference is that the paper calendar, if you lose it, doesn't make noise
to
let you know that it's lost. Whereas if you set your phone down, somebody's going to text you, tweet, call you, Facebook you, Snapchat you, Instagram you, one of those 15 things.
Well, I'll tell you what.
It's going to make noise, and you're going to be able to track it down at some point.
Here's your answer, Jimmy. Tony Cannoni is on the floor right now, and he's locked up right at this moment. With Corey Wheeler as we go back to the starting five: Cannoni, Denny, Wilkes, DeWitt, and Welch. Wheeler, Branch, Lar, and Lowe for the Britons and Zoran. So those are the five on both sides of the court here tonight as we open things up. And we're going to go high-low again. And the big fella misses, and the rebound comes off to Michael Welch.
I like the idea, though. Work it inside.
I do, too. Brits back on defense. They'll go inside to Welch, and he'll go over top of Lowe for the bucket. And just like that, a 7-point lead is 5. And I'm sure Calvin discussed quite a bit in the locker room. Let's get off to a quick start. These guys have been known to give up some leads here all year long, including a dozen when they played us the last time. So Brits need to be able to make something happen. Zoran with a spin, and a nice job between the big fellows.
Talk about maintaining composure right there, Zoran, Jim. Everything looked like it was going to be a travel right there, but he was able to maintain composure. Beautiful pass, but lost the handle on the way up.
And Welch was able to outfight Lowe for the rebound on the inside. 3-point jumper from the left side will spin out, and Lowe again. And Zoran grabs a hold. The jump ball will stay with the visitors, though, as the arrow is pointing towards Calvin. And Welch, I'll tell you, was I think he was looking for a foul. Zoran had a lot of basketball, but from where we sit up here, it's kind of hard to see anything else.
Well, again, we wondered how the second half was going to be called compared to the first half.
Denny goes through 2, Zoran and, boy, I'll tell you what, Lowe, both of them.
Yeah, and they got Lowe. That's 3 on Lowe, Jim.
He cut between both of them to take that shot, so Denny will get a chance to go to the free throw line to shoot a couple. And as you said, Lowe with the foul.
Both Zoran and Lowe look like they both got ball right there, but the officials much closer to the action, better vantage point. Take their word for it.
Denny misses the opener. He hits 75% of them when he's standing on that charity stripe, and he'll make the second one. And now the lead is 5 for Denny right now. 17 points on the night as he is pacing everybody in the purple tonight for Calvin. Or maroon. I don't know what they call that anymore. It's not really a maroon. It's I don't know. We'll figure it out. They're in their road unis here tonight as the ball gets tipped away, and DeWitt's on the run. It's cut off back there by Branch. Drive by Wilkes. Shot no good. Foul's going to be called on Zoran.
Zoran got somebody, but tough call. You know you can ask Jim for the exact color.
Yeah?
Have your wife tune in.
There you go. My wife could tell me what that is.
She can look at that and she can probably tell you the CMYK or the Pantone or
the whole thing, man. Yeah, it's got a kind of a dark, you consider as that one spins in and out by Wilkes. There's not really a lot of red to it. It's a kind of a dulled maroon or whatever. But we'll look up on their website maybe and see what their official colors are. Again, 1 for 2. But as you talked a little bit about here, Jim, coming into the second half, all of a sudden the fouls heading the other direction here. The first couple fouls have been called against the Brits.
And they will.
To open up quarter number 2.
And it won't be because the officials have a bias or anything silly like that, because that would be to say that they were biased in the first half the other way too. It's the way the game goes.
There's a great matchup though. You got Cannoni, who really cannot contest that shot with his 3 personals.
Exactly.
And you've got Corey Wheeler taking him right to the rim.
And you have 2 other players with 2 fouls apiece for Calvin. Not as big a deal here in the second half.
Welch goes cross court to Denny, who falls away for 3, and that hits Welch on the head. Now we've got a tussle on the ground, and I think we got a jump ball eventually. I'll tell you, Welch was laying on the basketball with his arms behind him trying to reach for it. Yeah. And Branch was sliding in underneath of him to grab a hold of that basketball, and the arrow goes towards the Britons.
And the reason the whistle didn't occur sooner was nobody
had the ball.
Possession of the ball, right, yeah.
I don't think anybody could see it at first. Welch knew where it was.
Waiting for one person to get it, let alone 2, so we can call a tie.
Wheeler gives it to Zoran, to Lar. And they'll give that basketball to Branch, who gives it back to Wheeler. Cannoni and Branch fighting all the way to the rim, and that time he left it a little bit. Wheeler left that one just a little bit short. Nice no look underneath, but the Brits back on defense. Jump shot from the corner, and just like that, Michael Welch with the 3-pointer cuts this lead down to as close as what it's been. It's 4 now, 41-37.
Britons need to get back to an inside-outside game, Jim. Found a lot of success in the first half.
Double team comes down, so they'll go back out to Zoran, who goes behind his back, gets his guy in the air, misses the shot, and the rebound goes out off of Denny, out of bounds, stays with the Britons.
And again, that's one of those things that 2 Calvin Knights under the basket, and they don't come up with the defensive rebound. As a coach, just has to drive you crazy.
Lowe will sit. Burks will check in for his first minutes here in the second half. Wheeler cuts everybody and finds the rim, and I'll tell you what, Corey Wheeler is having a pretty good night. He's got 16 for the Britons here as he leads everybody in the home whites.
Attack mode.
Well, again, he's got Cannoni on him, and Cannoni with those 3 personal fouls as Michael Welch is able to slip his man underneath with the easy lay-in, and those have come way too easy. Too many times tonight here as he has 6.
Good hookup with Cam Denny right there. Denny seeing that spot. Fed him a great pass.
Lar gives it back.
Good fake.
Drive comes down the baseline, and the kick out for the 3 off the iron, no good for Corey Wheeler. So the Brits up by 4. Just underway here in the second half. We played almost 5. Fall away jumper, no good. Tip back. Lar almost comes up. Well, it doesn't. It goes to Denny, down to Welch. Welch goes up over top of the much shorter Corey Wheeler, and we've got a 2-point basketball game. And again, just what we talked about, the hustle and the hands of this basketball team from Calvin as they keep that offensive rebound alive with the tip. Yep. And then they find an wide open look.
And again, you see the physical play, the hustle of the ball, 0 fouls.
Yeah.
The way the game goes. They, rode through the stretch in the first half, had some guys in foul trouble, had to adjust. Now the Brits are kind of, even though there are only 2 team fouls called against them, the game's going in kind of a different direction. You have to ride out that storm, and you have to take control and do what you found so much success in earlier, doing this right here.
There's that move by Zoran. What a beautiful spin move by Zoran.
Again, it's cutting to the basket, and the Brits need to look to see where those guys are going. If you have 3 guys standing at the perimeter, basically not moving, your guy inside really has, he's back to the basket. Either he has to turn, he's going to get doubled, and he's not going to see the people behind him.
Yep.
Or you're just going to have to kick it back out and reset. You got to have a little more motion in your offense.
Here's that set of hands right at the end before the timeout. As it looks like Lar had a chance to pull that one in, and instead the ball is saved by Calvin, and a nice little easy lay-in on the other end.
Yep. And you have to acknowledge Corey Wheeler on that play for the Brits. Undersized, easy to draw, kind of a frustration and one right there. Puts his hands up, kind of backs away from it, though. There's no point in giving them a little extra momentum and an extra point on the scoreboard.
Now Wheeler only at 5'11", and Welch basically at 6'8", so he's given up 9 inches on the big guy. So You're right, saved the point and the foul. Zoran working with 7 seconds. Fordham checked into the basketball game. 3 to shoot, 3-point shot, catches nothing but net. Nice job by Darius Branch to realize where he was, get set, get established, and drop that one in.
And no panic on that one.
Brits need to play a little defense now and get that lead back. 3-point shot on the other end, hits the front of the iron, and Burks is off with it, and they'll run. Branch in a hurry. Driving through the Calvin players, puts up a bad shot as it was almost tipped, hit the side of the backboard, and then controlled by the Calvin Knights.
Was able to hang, probably had too much hang time on that one, and kind of went past the basket right there and hit it off the side of the backboard.
It's amazing how that young fella can stay up in that air that long. Kick out goes around the horn and then back down underneath, and they find the open guy again, and that's Tony DeWitt. And that ball was moving in a hurry, Jim. That's the one thing this team does. They're not dribbling the basketball here in the second half. Ball moves a lot quicker when you're passing.
Yep.
Fordham to Burks. Mays wants his basketball team to move that ball a little bit more, because when they were going inside out and driving, they were more successful.
Yep.
7 to shoot.
Don't see much motion right here, Jim.
Too many guys standing around. 3-point shot will be short. Burks will save it, but the buzzer will go off. And again, you're right. And Jody May was down here just absolutely screaming at the top of his lungs. Things have to move. Things have to move. And his guys were just standing on the perimeter waiting for that ball to go back to forth. And with a 3-point cushion right now, you just can't slow things down. Your success has been driving that rim. Austin Bykirk checks in here for the Calvin Knights.
Only 9 points so far in the second half, Jim.
Dylan Bennett will check in for the Britons. Maybe he can get something going. Ball goes inside. It's tipped out of bounds by Fordham, and will stay with the Knights with 21 to shoot.
Cold stretch right here for the Brits. They knocked down a desperation 3 at the end of that shot clock a couple possessions ago, but really have been quiet since.
That becomes a problem for this team. They go through those spells every now and then. Decent defense, but Burks will be called for the foul, and it'll be a shooting foul as Siegel will get a chance to go to the free throw line to shoot a pair. Siegel, who's out of Fremont, Michigan, shoots 68% of them. First one spins out.
And again, Jim, it's not a lot, but you look at only 3 team fouls against the Brits, no team fouls against the Knights, and a big part of why that is the Brits have lost their offensive identity from that first half. They are not attacking the glass like they did in the first half to get those whistles.
Cannoni checked back in for DeWitt as they make 1 of 2, and it's a 2-point ball game now.
Both teams with 18 made field goals in the game.
Going to go down to the big guy. He'll draw the double team. Somebody's open. It's Bennett.
Waited
10 to shoot. Drives, kicks, Fordham down the baseline. Kicks back out to Bennett over to the other side as they swing the basketball nicely. inside, 2 to shoot. Ball goes airborne. Wheeler, no good, but he'll get his own rebound.
Speed.
Nice
Speed
job by
save.
Darius Branch there to pull that one in. Not Wheeler, but 14, not 4. Fordham hits the ground, puts it up, and gets that hometown spin off the front side of that iron. 48-44. Boy, that was kind of chaos there for a minute or two, Jim.
Yeah. Getting that offensive rebound, though, and that's a travel. Yes, sir.
Traveling
That's a charge,
call.
if not a travel, so it's probably better for the Knights that was just a turnover.
Wilkes with the spin takes a little extra step, and the folks that are wearing the purple on the other side not real happy with the call, but I would agree with you because it was going the other direction as he lowered that shoulder.
Yeah.
That would have been a charge. 12:26 to play. Fordham falls away. Shot no good, but the rebound and the foul. And I'll tell you what, the big guy's got to make a little stronger move on that low. Got the board, and he's got to be able to get himself back up to that rim a little stronger. But he was fouled by 34, Mike Siegel.
Well, if you see the putback by Lowe right there, he gets that ball and immediately goes to 1 foot like he's doing a layup drill.
Yep.
If he stays 2 feet down and goes strong up, you're not going to move him off that spot, and he's got an easy and one opportunity.
Low hits
Probably
the
throws
first
that
one.
one down.
Yeah, that's what we've seen him jam a few of them here in the pregame warm-ups.
He dunks almost every time.
Yes, he does. He is a definite rim rattler, man. There's no doubt about that. Young guy does do a pretty good job at the free throw line as he knocks the first one down, and the Brits now with a 5-point cushion with 12:22 to play in this second half. Second one's a little strong. Welch is there to box everybody out and pull down that bound. Cannoni gives that ball up to Denny. And they'll bring it right back to number 20. They go inside to Welch, working on the big fellow with 3. Long three-point shot, no good, but it comes off long enough that Derek DeVries is able to pull it up. Shot missed, fought for on the ground. Brits need to come up with it, but they can't. Kick the ball back out to Denny, and they'll go back inside. Cannoni with the fake.
Almost a walk.
15 seconds to shoot.
Nice pass.
Nice backdoor cut, but Bennett says not here. Not at the Kresge. Not tonight. Ball gets knocked out of bounds. It'll stay with Calvin with 10 to shoot.
Request declined.
Good defense by Bennett, man. I'll tell you, he came out of nowhere to block that shot. Got a foul on the inbounds pass. And that'll go against number 20, Jalen Fordham. And that will reset that shot clock back up to 30 seconds. That's only 1 foul on Fordham.
But 4 on the team. They'll add up.
Cannoni with the basketball. And he's got Branch on him.
Big guy playing too far out.
Welch gets around him and is able to make him pay.
He's not a three-point shooter out there. Michael Welch is not a three-point shooter.
Waiting to take you to the rim, and it's exactly what he did. Got that step and went right around Ryan Lowe.
Like to see him maybe pick him up at about the free throw lane instead.
Britton's with the basketball with 15 to shoot. Second half. Fordham wanted to fall back, but had a man on him. Bennett will pull the trigger from the corner. No good, and the rebound comes off to Calvin.
They're becoming a three-point shooting team, Jim. You saw 4 on the perimeter there.
DeVries with the rebound. Backdoor cut by Cannoni, but it hit him in the hands and went out of bounds. And I'll tell you what, Denny's a little bit upset because that pass was not where it really needed to be.
No, but it was a great look. Pretty good execution, just a little bit too tall on that one.
Ryan's going to check into the ball game. Corey Wheeler as well. Bennett will take a seat along with Darius Branch. And the Britons do need to go back into the to the paint again, Jimmy. I think that's part of the secret right now.
Yep.
Try to take that ball back down to that rack.
Again, you see 4 on the perimeter. Got to start working it inside.
Again, this Britons team awfully young. Zaran, the only senior on the basketball team, and he's not on the floor right now. Wheeler with a nice job as he crosses over and that left hand off the glass. 51-46. Having a pretty good game tonight with 18.
Yep. Again, he's not a 3. Don't worry about picking him up at the line. Help down low.
Comes up over the top. and he's able to actually fight his way for the rebound. And I'll tell you, that's something that the sophomore is going to learn as he plays a little more. Ryan Lowe getting positioned a little bit better. And again, stay back. That's what he did. Forced Welch to give the ball up to Denny, back to Welch, but he lost him.
Lost him, yep.
Can't lose him when you're coming down the lane. Big guy is going to learn that. Starting to get some minutes right now, and he does make a difference when he's on that floor. But you know, the sophomore from Battle Creek, we got a whistle, and that is against 14 Meppelink. And that will be the second.
Yep.
And the second team foul here in the second half. So Ron's going to check back in. The big guy's going to get a chance to sit down. Rubio also comes on the floor for the Britons. And the Britons now will go with the only senior that they have. And Rubio, a junior, as they go with a little less size and a little more experience. Wheeler got a couple steps in on that one. It's been close a couple times tonight, but he's been able to find that spot and avoid that travel. That time he just ran out of real estate.
Yep.
9:27 with the Brits up by 3 here, and Calvin, who I don't think has led all night long. I think the Brits have led from the start, have they not, Jim? I'm not sure. I don't think we've allowed Calvin to have a lead yet this evening. Zeron really a little bit better match on DeWitt, but that three-point shot's going to tie things up at 51. So I guess it really doesn't matter at that point in time. Michael Wilkes drops a triple down. It's 51 all with 8:55 to play in the ball game.
It's respond time for the Brits.
Yeah, you got to now. Cannot lose track of these guys here. Need to put this thing in gear.
5 on the perimeter, Jim. No inside pressure, no inside presence.
Wheeler going to drive into the double team. He's got the glass. I'll tell you what, that is the one thing that Corey Wheeler is just amazing. Young kid from Detroit, able to find his way through all the height and be able to make that shot, and that's 20 for him tonight. We got a whistle before anything happens at a reach, and I think we'll go against Rubio.
Yep.
Which is probably a good thing because, again,
that was going to be an easy inside cut look.
Very easy bucket. So instead, they'll take the foul, although that is team foul number 5. Zeron fights and knocks that ball away as they try to force it down into Welch. You know, again, you almost have to front the guy because if you're behind him, he's just long enough that he can go over top of you.
Yep.
So you kind of play on his hip and you try to front him a little bit. But boy, if you don't get that basketball, he'll spit on you and be on that rim in a heartbeat.
Well, and that's just it. Is not only do they have good positioning, got a little body bump there, and now they're starting to go a little nickel dime with the fouls, but the passes are very precise as well for Calvin in the second half. So even if you get good position, because there's no underneath help, they're able to find some crazy angle to get a good look like that one right there. That wasn't a crazy angle. That was just a missed assignment.
They brought him from the free throw line and cut him around the screen at the top. But I'll tell you what, his guy, Zeron, was sitting there waiting on him and just let him go to the rim. Tie it up again at 53. Rubio dribbles, then picks up the ball. Gives it to Ryan. Ryan comes in and he was clobbered. Sending to the free throw line to shoot a couple as Tony DeWitt picks up the foul.
Well, make them earn them. That's what we always say, right?
Yeah, no doubt about that. For DeWitt, that's only one here on the night. For Ryan, this will be his first time to go to the free throw line. No, I think he was in there at the beginning of somewhere in the first half as well. 91%er, and I think I jinxed him. He was 0 for 1, I believe, on the night, and I jinxed him again. I think I'm just going to shut up and not say anything the next time he goes to the free throw line because I think he's 0 for 2 on the night now. And I've said both times he's a 91%er. So, yeah, just shut up, big fella. How's that?
He just did it again.
He'll knock this one down. Rip. There you go. 54-53. He looked up at me at the very end. He winked and he says, okay, I'm going to take you off the hook, but don't say that anymore. And I said, yes, sir, Robert Ryan, I will not. Nice job to put the Brits back up by a point. But it's a very slim lead with 7:53 to play in this basketball game.
Wow, we expected a tight game.
And we've got it. Oh, a late fall away triple, and there's the first lead of the evening. And I'll tell you what, I don't think Cam Denny really was wanting to shoot that. He hesitated, he looked, and then he let it fly, and that thing just slid right over that rim and went in.
He's not afraid, and he has the range.
20 points for Denny now. Wheeler crossover on Cannoni, but then he's got the double team with Welch. Over to Zeron, and Zeron uses his body to get up to the glass and tie this basketball back, the game back up at 56.
And you saw the hesitation by Welch on defense not to put a body on him on that shot.
Wheeler with the steal, and we've got a foul on Michael Welch, who's at the bottom of that pile.
You almost wonder if that is an intentional foul. They're going to say it was just in the act of going for the ball, but I could easily see that as being, a breakaway and a trip. Yeah. I've seen it called, so.
3 on Welch now on the night.
Fortunate for the Knights, just a common foul. Puts them at 4. Neither team in the bonus yet. Was just under 7 to play.
Burks comes in, and Rubio will take a seat with 6:47 to play in this basketball game. It looks like it's going to come down to the buzzer again tonight. It was 71-70 the last time these guys got together in Grand Rapids. And this one looks like it might be heading towards that same sort of margin. 3-point shot by the freshman's got it. Acavius Burks, who hits 43% of them, knocks one down, and the Brits go back up by 3, 59-56, and the turnover, yes, it's out of bounds. I'll tell you, I had to hold my breath for a second as Mike Siegel made it a game. He made a play on it right in front of us here. Initially, that looked like it was heading to the scorer's lap, and he was able to almost save it right in front of us.
No distance is too great with this much speed for both teams on the floor.
It is fun to watch MIAA basketball on a Wednesday night. 59-56. Brits need to go on a little bit of a run here. 6 minutes to play in the basketball game. 20 seconds to shoot on the shot clock and counting. Burks with the drive all the way to the rim, but he left it short. That's one I think he's going to finish down the road as he gets to be a sophomore and a junior. He's going to just jam that one and say forget about it. Little tentative with that shot, but a nice job by Wheeler to knock the ball out of bounds.
Yeah, Corey Wheeler, again, so much closing speed. Didn't give up on that play. Hustled back, got the deflection out of bounds. 18 on the shot clock as, again, the Brits nurse a 3-point lead, 59-56.
One thing that the Brits have for them as they close this season out basically is just pride, and they're playing with a lot of pride here tonight against Calvin. 5.5 to play. 6 to shoot. Make it 4, make it 3, make it 2, make it 1. He got it off. It did catch a little iron. And we have a foul underneath, and that's going to be 4 on the big fella Welch, maybe, I think. I think that's 4 on Welch.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Yep, just a little bump inside. He and Burks bumped one another down inside, and that could have gone maybe either way, too.
Yeah,
but
could have been a let him play.
That's 4.
But, again, you weren't getting them earlier in the second half. Now you're getting them again, so you don't worry about the whistle. Don't count. But if you get it, if it goes your way, great. If it goes against you, shrug it off. Keep playing.
Now that's 6 fouls on the Britons and 5 team fouls on the Knights. So what had turned the opposite direction early now has evened itself out as this second half has played out, as Fordham on the weave gives it to Wheeler. Wheeler going to try to take it strong to the rim. Up, no good, but the putback, no, by Burks, but he got his rebound, went back up strong. Oh, I thought that tip-in was going down as Burks came out of nowhere. And it looked like it missed by Wheeler was going to be cleaned up by the freshman, and it just wouldn't go down here in the Kresge, but he did get fouled on the putback after his own rebound.
See the confidence building, though, in Burks.
Oh, you really can. As the young fella misses the open end here of this 2. He hits 2 out of 3, so this one should go down.
At least one go down to make it a 2-possession game again. There you go.
And he's got that one. And again,
keep it at least a 2-possession game. You don't want to put it in the hands of a potential tie because Calvin has shot pretty well from beyond the arc.
Under 5 to play in the basketball game.
Mismatch underneath if they swing it around.
Good Wednesday. Good Wednesday night here in the Kresge. Denny looking for a cutter, and he got him. He just waited and waited and waited. And the next thing you know, Mike Siegel came open on the baseline and had an easy lay-in. So it's back to 2 now with 4.5 to play.
Have to check the number of assists that Denny has.
Fordham for 3 from the corner does not get a friendly bounce. And Cam Denny is there to pull down the rebound.
And Tyre take the lead.
That young fellow just plays on both ends of the floor extremely well. Zoran's got him, works the baseline, kicks back out to Siegel for 3, no good. Tip is controlled by Calvin again. They just seem to be everywhere as Meppelink will pull it in deep and reset that 30. 20 to shoot now. Under 4 to play in the basketball game. Denny spins, he's got Burks on him, kicks into the middle. Shot won't be any good, but the foul will go against Wheeler. And they just are constantly moving, constantly running. Siegel there with the run to the rim, and basically Wheeler didn't have much of an opportunity to do anything but foul him, so they'll send Siegel to the free throw line.
And when they are running around, they are running the defense around too, and the defense always has to be in a reactionary state. And so they're putting them through a serious workout every 30-second possession, Jim.
I'll tell you what, it is, man. There is no stop on that Knights basketball team when they're on the offensive end of that floor, and they ties it up with 2 free throws. It's 60 all now with 3:48 to play in the ball game.
Did you expect anything else?
No, I did not. Robert Ryan brings it into the front court, and the coach wants to talk it over. So Jody May says, bring it in. Let's talk about it. Let's take a look at a couple of the stats right now, Jimmy, as we're heading down to the conclusion of this one. Been a pretty good basketball game.
Apiece. 25 of 52 from the floor for Calvin, 7 of 18 from three-point distance, 3 of 6 from the charity stripe. They are out rebounding Albion right now, 32-25. Albion, 23 of 53 from the floor, 4 of 15 from three-point range, and 10 of 15 from the charity stripe. Individual statistics, 19 points for Denny, Wilkes and Welch with 14 apiece for Calvin. Corey Wheeler, the only player in doubles for the Brits with 20. Branch 9, Zoran 8, Fordham 7, Bennett and Burks with 6.
Bennett and Zoran will check in for the Britons right now as Burks will inbounds. He'll send it to the backcourt to Robert Ryan, and they have 25 seconds to shoot this basketball with 3:39 to play in the ball game. Bonus arrow is pointing towards the visitors right now as Bennett cuts. Ryan looking for a move to Burks in the corner for 3. Yes!
Oh, how did that go down?
That's called a little Kresge magic right there, by gum. He hit that rim, it went up, caught a little glass and came right back on through. And the Brits with a 3-point lead now, 63-60. Brits now have to play a little basketball on the defensive end. Denny with a double team, and he lost the basketball to Wheeler, who pulls it off of the floor. He's still trying to get out of that, and we're going to get a call.
Timeout.
Timeout by May. There you go.
Boy, oh boy. Corey Wheeler right there, Jim. Everything he could do to hold on to that ball and not get it tied up. Got the timeout.
Junior just absolutely hustled, and Denny got into no man's land when he cut across the middle. All of a sudden, they cut him off. Look at it. There's the block a little earlier there by Bennett as he knocked that basketball out. I'll tell you what, this has been a good basketball game. This has been a fun one. The one thing you have to say about the Britons for the entire year so far, sure, the record's not that good, but they have been in so many games this year, Jim. They've played some pretty good basketball. They just haven't been able to find a way to hang on to a lead all the way through that entire ball game.
You're not going to see too many games played like the way the Briton women played in game number 1 of tonight's doubleheader, where it was 40 minutes of just domination.
Yeah.
You're going to see more games like this where both teams are going to be hot and cold. They're going to get fouls against them. They're going to get fouls for them. You know, I mean, it's going to be those kind of games that are streaky in a lot of different ways. And this is one of those games where how do you manage your cold spells? How do you continue to grow the lead when you're on a hot spell? You know, it's all those little things. And tonight's been one of those nights where the Britons have done a pretty good job managing those cold spells. You know, when Calvin took the lead after trailing the entire game, they didn't panic, they didn't back down. They continued to work. And, now with under 3 to play, you just need 3 more solid minutes, continue to make it at least a 2-possession game, and hopefully Coach May will walk out of here with a W.
Robert Ryan will bring that ball into the front court. Britons with the basketball in a 3-point lead, and Corey Wheeler almost lost it, took his eyes off the ball, but was able to save it.
But it was his speed. Again, nothing's out of reach.
Burks gives it to Bennett and then tries to give him a little bit of a pick. Ryan between his legs and goes to the rim. Boy, he ends up on the floor, but there's no call. And they have the big fella Welch back in the game, and he pulled down the rebound. Welch with 4 personal fouls now. Brits up by 3. They cut him off. Saran steps in front, and he's got the basketball. Nice job at stepping in front of that pass, and that Brits have kind of fallen for that one a number of times tonight for an easy bucket, but that time cut off that passing lane and was able to come up with a turnover.
Yep, they're learning.
Yes, sir. That's what we like to see.
Beautiful thing, yes, sir.
Ryan going to take his time. We've got 2 to play exactly, and the Brits have a 3-point lead. Bennett from the free throw line, but it's too strong, and the rebound comes to Meppelink.
2 bad possessions right there, though, Jim, for the Brits. Easy chance to grow that to 2, maybe a 3-possession game, and instead, 2 misses.
Calvin will take a timeout. They want to chat with 1:48 to play. Looking up on the scoreboard, I don't see anything with timeouts up there that would give us an idea of what these 2 coaches have left right now. But I'm sure they both have at least one more, I would think, in their holster at this point in time. But they have been calling some timeouts in the second half. We got that on our score summary at this point in time. Any place you can see?
See if there is an indicator of timeouts left. I don't see one.
Either way, it will be Calvin basketball, 63-60. Britons on top right now. And again, the possession arrow is with the visitors right now. So any jump ball or any question of possession right now will stay with the Calvin Knights.
Almost identical stats, Jim. Calvin 24 of 52 from the floor. Albion 24 of 55. Calvin has 2 more 3-point field goals. Albion has 5 more free throws. So again, pretty much identical. 33-25 edge and rebounds to Calvin. Calvin has 15 assists to 9 for Albion. Both teams have committed quite a few fouls. 16 for Calvin, 12 for the Brits. Bench scoring, though, 23-8 advantage Albion.
You know, we talked about Tony Cannoni. He still has 3 personal fouls, Jim.
Yep.
Had 3 at half. As you said, he's played quite a bit of basketball in this second 20-minute stretch.
And it's not like he just stood on defense out at midcourt and tried not to touch anybody.
They get the ball inside to Denny. It won't go down. Burks is fighting for it, and they're going to say it went off of Burks and out of bounds. And I'll tell you what, Denny came right over the top of Acavius Burks. And the folks here on the Briton sideline not happy with that call, but they'll reset the 30-second clock, and they'll hand the ball to Cam Denny after they wipe up a little bit of moisture on the floor. But yeah, I'll tell you what, that one could have very easily gone the other way. But I guess they're going to
over the back as over the back gets right there.
Going to let them play this one out here with a minute and a half to play in the ball game. But that would have been a big foul for the Britons.
Well, it's a catch-22. You know, we always say we don't want the officials to determine the game. But on the other hand, you say, where's the call? So, you know, it's tough to have it both ways.
Denny will inbounds, looking for some help. Toss it out to Cannoni. Plenty of time. The ball gets thrown, and it goes off the hands of Michael Wilkes. Oh, no. That can't be staying with Calvin. Oh, my goodness. There wasn't a white jersey anywhere around that one.
It wasn't deflected off an Albion Briton player.
It was deflected off the only guys that were down there, and they were from Grand Rapids, all 3 of them. Oh, my gracious, what a bad call that one was. And they're going to make it pay for it. Well, he's going to put his hands in the air at Welch, but I'll tell you what, Mr. Welch shouldn't even had an opportunity on that one because there were no white jerseys anywhere around that basketball. It hit 3 Calvin players and ended up in the stands on the other end. There was not a Brit anywhere. As Jody May's out here talking to the officials right now, they just absolutely missed that one.
Yep.
I mean, they've done a wonderful job tonight of refereeing this game. It's not an easy game to referee, but there were no white shirts down there to touch the ball.
Nope, that was a missed call. It was a fast pass. It happened very quickly. but it went off of Calvin Knight's hands.
Sure looked that way to me. I don't know that we caught that one on any kind of replay, and it doesn't really matter because it's 2 points.
You can't
2
go
points,
back in
Calvin.
time and you can't wipe it off the board. So
Nope.
You have to play on.
But oh my goodness, that was a tough one right there. 63-62. We're down under a minute and a half to play in this basketball game. And the Britons will have the basketball, and I think the important thing right now is we step up and we make them pay. We got to come down to this end and put one on the board.
16 fouls against the Calvin Knights. So
one more and we're in the bonus.
Foul, yeah, even a common foul, a non-shooting foul, will put the Brits at the free throw.
Wheeler, Zeron, and Bennett on this end down here, and it's Robert Ryan and Acavius Burks on the other end, as Ryan will bring the ball up the floor with 1:22 left in this contest. And the Britons holding on to a 1-point lead.
You don't want to wait till half court to pick that ball up. You want the clock to run.
You sure do.
You want to take that ball right out of the guy's hands as soon as he inbounds it, and you want that clock to run.
21 to shoot. They'll give the ball to Corey Wheeler, who has been so strong all night, and he'll go right to the rim.
That's a shooting foul anyway, even though it's...
Cannoni will be called for the foul. And I guess that one might have been won by the little lobbying job Coach May did when that ball got knocked out of bounds, as Cannoni's still chatting with the referees right now.
Oh, I was going to say, at first I said the official hold up 2 fingers. It's like, that's not that was called on the floor, but then he changed it, said it was one-on-one.
Wilkes checks in for, along with DeWitt now for the Calvin Knights. And Wheeler will go to the free throw line with a couple of big ones here. If he can knock them both down, that would be a plus. He misses the first one. Zeron outfought everybody for the basketball.
Timeout, yep.
And a timeout by Jody May will keep the ball on our end. Boy, that has been one of the weaknesses. Hitting those clutch free throws coming down the stretch has been a problem for this ball team.
10 of 16 tonight, so I mean, decent showing, still about 63%, but
boy, you go rip right there and make this a 3-point game and put a little bit of pressure on the Calvin Knights. Instead, Zeron with a real nice job, and there you go. There's the guy defending our border down there.
I feel a little safer.
Yep. The force be with us there tonight, Jimmy Bellamy.
Ooh,
that's the way I think. We just need to be able to pull this one out.
Make the next shot, we will. Oh wait, that's Yoda. That's Yoda. I'm sorry. Stormtroopers didn't talk, right?
No, not at all. I don't think they said anything. At least in none of the, they did say something like, whose droids are those at one time. I do remember the Stormtrooper saying that the one time. So, but I don't think that's what he's asking down there on that end line here right now. There you go. We got a few folks waving right now.
He wanted to be on camera, and then he stopped waving as soon as the camera got on. He's telling him, hey, you're on. There you go.
When you come to the Kresge and we're here, buddy, you might just get yourself a little airtime on the big screens.
Hey, you can be a star. I like it.
So the Britons will have the basketball. They'll have it on the side, right in the corner in front of their home crowd.
But you have to knock down a field goal here.
No doubt. 28 ticks left on the shot clock.
Just having a good possession and running the clock down isn't going to be enough.
Nope.
You're going to need to, if you're going to run the clock down and convert.
Zeron
Put
Bennett.
the pressure back on the Calvin Knights.
Wheeler Burks and Robert Ryan on the floor. Some pretty decent free throw shooters on the floor right now as they spread things out. Oh my gosh. Robert Ryan was not looking for that pass, and Burks hit him right in the hands with it. And thank goodness he looked at the last second. Wheeler spins, goes to the rim. Cannoni's just fouled out.
Yep, that's 5.
Cannoni's got 2 in a row, and Wheeler now needs to go to the free throw line and go rip. 54 ticks left on the clock.
Yep.
Brits up by a point, 63-62.
It's amazing how that all happens.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, again, you said 3 fouls, and you go the entire second half without a whistle, and then 18 minutes into the second half, you get number 4 and 5. You played so well, so careful.
And you're not going to make it to the buzzer tonight.
No, that's a shame. I mean, good player, playing a tough game. Got to knock down these free throws, though, Jim.
Coach Van de Streek also doing the lobbying on the other end, and Corey Wheeler again really has had the opportunity to put this ball game away, and he missed all 4. And Zeron again with an offensive rebound. So Zeron is bailing Corey Wheeler out. This ball game should be 5 points potentially right now.
Absolutely.
Burks Dribbles and gives to Wheeler. Wheeler shows and goes all the way to the rim. He got this one. He got this one. With 37 seconds left to go to the basketball game, Corey Wheeler does not give up. Relentless offensive possession there by the Britons, and we've got a guy that was not getting up too quick, Michael Wilkes. And I think Wilkes is okay. Coach
might have stepped on a foot or had his foot stepped on, or might have rolled something with one of the ankles, it looked like, Jim, because he came up gimpy.
I don't know what Coach Vanderstreek was down here yelling at, who he was yelling at, but boy, he was all the way down to the midcourt stripe. And Wheeler knocked that one down, and it's a 4-point game.
2 possessions, what you have to have at this point.
66-62, and the clock is moving with 34 seconds left to go in this basketball game. Feed goes into Welch. Zeron has him, spins, puts it up, no good. Bennett has the rebound.
Dribble, look up court.
Back to Zeron, but he's fouled down in the corner.
And that looked a lot worse than it was, that foul right there.
Siegel went down and picked him right back up, and you're right, Jim. It did look like a much more difficult foul than what it was.
Yeah, you saw the way he was trying to twist and pass. That body's flying all over the place. It doesn't take really anything to get you almost airborne at that point.
Dylan Bennett has the opportunity to ice this one, Jimmy, with a couple right here.
Yep. Even at 4, you breathe a little sigh of relief, but you can't tack on enough right now.
Bennett's got the first one a little too hard, and it comes right back at him. Like to see this one go down.
Although if you miss, the clock starts right away.
Yeah, that's for sure.
There's that. But again, rather have the points.
Second one is also good there, and the Brits now with a 67-62 lead. Zeron has been all over the basketball floor here late. Tips it away. Ball gets kicked.
Yes.
Foul on Welch. This one's in the house, baby. We're going to take this one home with us tonight.
I think the MVP of this game, especially in the second half, big guy, is Jason Zeron.
Oh, man, I'm telling you what.
All the clutch rebounds down the stretch. That play right there, that's all Jason Zeron, and that's all heart and all hustle.
That is
5 fouls against Michael Welch.
And we've got a little conversation here at the score table. So that is 2 Calvin players that have fouled out now in the last minute. What a ball game. 67-62. 16 ticks left in the ball game with the Brits up on top by 5.
Somebody else going to need to come to the ball right here, Jim.
Nice job by Ryan to cut through a couple of Knights
2
and
shots.
come to that basketball.
Well, no, I'm sorry, 1-on-1. Nope, 2 shots, yeah.
13 and a half seconds to go now. Man, I'll tell you what, if you wanted a good night of basketball, oh my goodness.
I had a record-setting night earlier.
108-48 in the first game.
Heart palpitations in game number 2.
I burned a couple of calories just doing this ball game tonight. And man, we cannot hit free throws this evening. It has been a difficult time as Robert Ryan misses the first one.
I'd put Jason Zeron down on the block just to kind of keep him honest here.
And he leaves the second one short. 12 seconds.
Not over.
10 seconds. Zeron with some good defense. 3-point no good. And Wheeler pulls it down, and he is grabbed immediately. And how fitting is it that Corey Wheeler might be able to get a chance to come down here and finally do go swish, swish, and get us out of here tonight, huh? Doesn't really matter at this point with 4.7 seconds left to go in a 5-point lead.
I would normally say yes, but man, the way the second half free throw shooting has been, I'm not counting anything, although it's a lot easier to shoot these, I think.
First one's in. Attaboy, Corey.
The weight of the world is off their shoulders collectively right now.
Now it's going to take a couple of threes just to tie it. You've only got 4.7 seconds to make that one happen. The second one also goes down. And Corey Wheeler, who's had such a difficult time here down the stretch, makes them both. And the Britons are going to take this one and put it in the win column. 67-69. Oh, my goodness. Everybody can breathe again. My buddy Christian had called it tonight. I think you called it right on the number, didn't you, Christian? Didn't you say it was going to be 69-62? Attaboy. What a basketball game. I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did tonight, because this one was a whole lot of fun.
Tough bunch.
Oh, yeah.
Both teams. A lot of heart tonight.
You know what? They played 2 spectacular basketball games this year. 71-70, Calvin wins at their place, and the Brits hang on at the end to win 69-62 tonight. My gracious, what a contest.
2 good games. Two really good games for different reasons.
Oh, man. I'll tell you what, if you missed out tonight being in this gym, you really missed a couple of great ball games. As you can see, the fans and the players on the other side of the floor right now, as the fans get into their normal pose of high-fiving and hugging, and the players get to walk down the gauntlet here and get the thank yous from a very grateful basketball bunch here tonight at the Kresge. It has been a very good night. We watch a record night for three-point shots being made by any Albion young lady, by Emily Zagota in the very first game tonight. And then we watch a very gutsy performance by the Brits coming down that stretch for a 69-62 win tonight over Calvin. And you know what? That's basically what they've got left on their season, Jim. Just games like this one where you fight and you scrap and you hope to pick one off here and pick one off there and make a few things happen between now and the end of the year. For the Britons, they will basically this weekend have to play Kalamazoo. They'll host them right here at the Kresge. For Calvin, they will go to Olivet. Adrian will be at Trine, and Hope will be at Alma this weekend. And overall now, Calvin will drop to 6-3 in the conference and 11-9 on the season. Hope's still on top of the conference right now. We'll have to check on a couple scores after we go through the final stats tonight and see how the rest of the conference played out this evening. But Hope 8-0 going into tonight. Calvin was 6-2. Alma at 5-3, Trine at 4-4 along with Olivet, and then Kalamazoo and Albion at 2-6. Well, the Brits tonight bounce that up to 3-6 now, and Adrian trails the league at 1-7. And I think the Brits are still kind of kicking themselves a little bit for giving Adrian that one win that we saw right here at the Kresge as we open up our season this year.
Yeah, that was a tough one. Stats, Jim, as you would expect with a game this close, very identical. Calvin, 62 points on 25 of 56 shooting, 7 of 19 from three-point distance, and 5 of 8 from the charity stripe. 15 turnovers compared to 7 for the Brits. 36 rebounds. They did out-rebound the Brits 36-29. 16 assists. They did an excellent job distributing the ball, especially down low. Did commit twice as many fouls as the Brits, 23-12. Bench points, they were outscored 24-8. Points in the paint, pretty even, 30 for Calvin, 32 for the Brits. For the Albion Britons winning tonight's game, 69-62. They shot 25 of 57 from the floor, 5 of 16 from three-point distance, and 14 of 25 from the charity stripe. So you look at the difference in the game: +9 from the free throw line, and +7 in the game. 7 turnovers, 16 points off of the 15 Calvin turnovers. They were pretty even in their rebounds: 12 in the offensive glass, 17 in the defensive glass, and 24 again bench points, 32 points in the paint. Individual statistics for the victorious Albion Britons. Corey Wheeler led all scorers with 25 points. Interestingly enough, the only player in double figures for the Brits, but a lot of balance. Branch and Burks with 9 points apiece. Zoran with 8, 9 rebounds. But again, even though he only had 8 points and 9 boards, I think he's one of my players of the game.
Oh, yeah.
Because of that hustle.
Man, I'll tell you what, without those 3 rebounds on those missed free throws at the very end of the ball game,
that was the game.
Game's over.
Yep.
It is.
Bennett was 7 and Fordham was 7 as well. Ryan Lowe with 3 points and 3 rebounds. Got in a little foul trouble. Robert Ryan with 1 point on the free throw. 19 points for Cam Denny. Excellent night, 8 of 15, 19 points, 11 rebounds, 9 assists, almost a triple-double tonight. 16 points and 8 boards for Michael Welch. 14 points for Wilkes, Siegel, and DeWitt with 5 points each, and Meppelink with 3. Cannoni fouled out, did not score, but certainly was a physical presence. So 69-62, again, we can breathe a little bit, Briton Nation, as the Albion Britons get only their second home victory on the season.
Well, I turned the pacemaker off there about the 5-minute mark because it was just kind of spiking up and down there for a while, and I
Smart move.
figured I'd take it on my own and allow the ticker to go whatever way it was going to go, because the intensity level there was going back and forth so hard that I was afraid it was going to just flatline me there for a while, Jim. But what a great ball game it was tonight, and I'm looking forward to talking to Coach May when he gets up here after he chats with his guys for a minute or two. Are you seeing anything around the league here tonight with the finals?
Got all finals on the
Dynamite.
men's side. Hope wins on the road at Olivet 93-88. High-scoring game there. Alma defeats Adrian at home 74-70. Trine over Kalamazoo in a very tight one, 54-50. And the game you just watched on the Briton Basketball Network, Albion victorious over the Calvin Knights 69-62. So again, all finals and all home teams won except for Olivet.
There you go.
Yeah, Hope wins on the road by 5, but home teams held strong. That Hope Olivet game, 181 total points.
You know what? That's what I love about D3 basketball. Though you have those games on a regular occurrence.
Yeah, I mean you have that on the same night. You have a 54-50 Trine and Kalamazoo game.
Yeah.
So I mean it's you get every style. It's not like you can look at a league or look at a division and say, okay, well they all play this way, they all play that way. You see a bunch of different styles of games tonight. All of them pretty close. All of them, I'm sure, very exciting, but all taking different forms. It's just, that's why D3 basketball is so much fun to watch, is really night by night, matchup by matchup. You never know what kind of basketball you're going to get. You just know it's going to be fun.
Yeah, it was a fun night tonight for us. 108-48 in the ladies' game tonight as the Albion Britons win. And Jimmy, for our season now, because this will wrap it up for us, we go 4-2. So after going 0-2 to start things, we win the last 4, and I feel much better about everything right now.
Yeah, it's been great to watch, and the fan support has been tremendous. Hopefully, everybody who has had a chance to check out either the live broadcast or the encore broadcast have enjoyed what we've done, and we can't thank. We talk about the importance of the team and teamwork. We can't thank the team here at Albion College enough. And a lot of that starts with Matt Aaron and Bobby Lee. And Bobby's always the first person to greet us at the gym or at the field. And always has all the information, running to go get those facts and figures about the record-setting three-pointers in game number 1. So, just can't thank the team enough. Coach May's on his way, Jim. We'll crank up his mic, and then we'll bring him in for the interview.
Grab a microphone and give it over to Jody May here tonight, who's got his laptop. Coach, it's when you get a laptop, we're in the world that we're in right now, a guy can take his computer and walk with it anywhere, and it makes it really nice for a guy like you, doesn't it, huh?
Yeah, especially, but I don't know how to work it, so that's the problem. When you get to my age, you don't know how to do all this technology stuff.
As the heart settled down just a little bit, Coach, this was a good one tonight.
It was. Any win is a good win, and I'm just really pleased we finally won one that we were close down the stretch, and we won it. We've lost a lot of those this year, and I was really proud of our guys, and that's they're the second place team in our league, and I thought for the most part we played better than them.
Yeah.
But then we had just a few stretches that we weren't very good, and they took advantage of it. And but I'm just, we made some plays down the stretch, both offensively and getting some offensive rebounds and some defensive stops that were really important down the stretch, which I was really proud of.
Corey Wheeler drove the rim all night long and seemed like he had his way getting there. But when it came down to it, when he missed those free throws, if it wasn't for Zeron fighting for those rebounds, man, this might have gone the other way.
That's exactly right. And I told Jason at the end of the game, I think he was the difference down the stretch. And we only have 2 seniors, and I told Jason at halftime I was a little disappointed, probably not in this manner, but I told him I was a little disappointed in how he was playing as a senior of this team and a leader, and I tried to challenge him a little bit, and he stepped up like a lot of seniors do, and teams that we face when it comes close like this, we've been beaten by other seniors, and I was proud of him to come up with some key plays. Those offensive rebounds were really big.
Coach, it was certainly a tale of two very different halves. In the first half, the Knights kind of got into early foul trouble, and they had to be a little more passive on the defensive end, especially in the interior, and the guys really did a great job taking advantage. Second half, when that scoreboard reset to 0 fouls, they were able to get a little more aggressive again, and the way the game was flowing, inside was kind of cut off. So how did you guys adjust in that second half with the inside not being as free?
Yeah, I mean, you still try to get in there, whether it's off post touches or whether it's off drives. And, with them being a little bit more aggressive inside, we had to kick it out. But I also think our guys did a good job of not settling all the time of shooting threes. They would move the ball and drive and maybe get it cut off, and then they'd kick out, and then we would drive again. That's pretty difficult to defend when you might be able to stop the first one, but then here comes a second one and maybe a third one. And I think we got in there sometimes when we did that. And, they're a good defensive team. They're tall and long. So when you get in there, even if they're not in great position, they can still cover because of their length. You just had to be strong, and I thought we did that.
And there were a couple of key sequences, especially near the end of the game. They were doing a great job, the Knights were, with those back cuts.
Yep.
And they had great vision and got those sometimes ridiculous angle
Yep.
passes
Yep.
that just found the right guy at the right spot.
Yep.
But the guys adjusted at the end.
Sure.
They started getting those hands up,
Yep.
communicating a little better.
Yep.
Talk about the difference those last couple minutes made in the defense.
Yeah, well, they were getting some great cuts, and they do that. You get staring at the basketball, whether they throw it in or they're just screening, and you get staring, and you sort of stand up on defense. And I just kept reminding them that they need to move and continue to move and not stand still, because as soon as you stand still, you're going to get beat. And we're good at it. We just don't always do it. But when they're in a stance and they're moving, and I could tell the difference the last 3 or 4 minutes of the game because they were all in a stance and they were all moving. But as soon as you stand up and think you can take a break, that breath, then that's when they take advantage of you.
Yep, they really did a great job, especially the last, I'd say, 4 minutes of the game, getting those hands up, deflecting those passes, and it really made a difference down the stretch.
And being in the right spot.
Yeah.
I mean, and that we weren't in the right spot early because we were a little lazy, but they stepped it up, and that's the other thing that I'm proud of with our team, because past games that they were a little lazy and let easy things happen, and they stepped it up defensively and offensively tonight.
Yep, and you talked about the importance of playing a full 40, and again, like Jim and I were saying, there are going to be streaks both ways, hot and cold. But tonight, what I saw, and again, it was another growing block, from learning from previous games. When they were in the cold stretch, it looked like the defensive intensity stepped up a little bit, so they kind of made up for it. So it's awesome to see, the pieces kind of being put together for these young guys.
Yeah, and the next step is, and I was really disappointed with them at halftime. I didn't go in and pat them on the back for having a 7 or 9-point lead, because I thought we very easily could have stretched that out. We took some breaks, and we weren't very smart offensively, and took quick shots and turned the ball over, and those are the things. So we're always learning. Even on a win, they have to learn about things, and we need to be better next time when we get up by 9 or 10, because we could have stretched that out to 15, and now they would have been in really trouble at halftime. But it's a learning curve for them, and they're gradually getting it. And I told them a week or two ago that, hey, at some point we're going to make a run. I don't know what the future holds, but I feel pretty good that we're making strides to continue to get better and putting ourselves in a position to do that.
I don't want to dismiss the effort that Corey Wheeler gave you tonight, because even at the end, when he was missing those free throws, it didn't slow him down. He kept attacking that rim. He kept doing exactly what you needed him to do, okay? And then standing at that free throw line, and we all sat there and went, oh, no, he's got to knock that down. But it didn't deter anybody. Zoran would get the rebound, and he'd go right back at it. But Corey just attacked from minute number 1 tonight.
He did, and he's a really hard guy to guard, because he can post you up a little bit. He can go by you. He's strong when he gets in there, and when he takes his time, he shoots a great percentage in there. Sometimes he gets too in a hurry and flips it up, and when I think he could just go off 2 feet and take his time. But I thought he had a great game, and finally I just flat out told him, Corey, you're losing out on points. And sometimes you need to make a guy like that, like, selfish.
Sure.
And have him think, hey, you're missing out on points. You could have 27, 28, 29 points instead of just 25. And so he hit the last two. So.
Yeah.
There you go.
Sometimes you just need to say that to him, you know? But get him to relax in there, and I think he sometimes thinks about things a little bit too much. But I thought he was he's the reason why we won the game, and scoring a lot of points and being aggressive and getting their guys in foul trouble early on, and those sorts of things.
No doubt about that. We mentioned the Canoni kid he had 3 at the half, made it all the way down to that last minute and a half, and then we fouled him out, which was it didn't upset us at all,
That's
Coach,
right.
when we saw that happen. Okay,
didn't upset me either. I think Tony doesn't necessarily score a whole lot, but I think he's kind of a glue to their team.
He is,
and does a lot of really great things that might not show up on the stat sheet, but he's one of the better defenders in the league, and I've seen him defend some really good players here. And for Corey to do that on him, that says a lot about the type of game Corey had today.
It really does. Well, it is the 1st of February. You're down to just a couple of weeks of basketball. Obviously, there's no postseason for you guys this year. So what's the goal for the next couple of weeks?
Well, it's funny because I looked at the standings, and a lot of people would kind of maybe consider us out, but we actually still kind of control our own destiny with that. Now, we need to take care of business, and I told our guys that hill got really steep on, the mountain to climb. It's steep, but we kind of still control our own destiny a little bit with the postseason and getting in the top 4. And so that nugget is still out there for them, regardless of the postseason or not. We're just concentrating on getting better each day in each game, and I think we're seeing the signs of our team doing that, so that's the goal. I don't, sometimes if we look too much in the future with young teams, they forget about what they need to do today or tomorrow, and so we don't want to look too much in the future, but I think that we control our destiny, and we can go out there and earn a spot and be in the top 4 if some things go right for us. So,
well, I'll tell you, with the attitude that you played tonight, because that Calvin team does exactly what you said you like your team to do.
That's right.
They play 40 minutes and they come at you from every angle on both ends of the floor.
Yep.
Maybe this is the one to get you over the top. So maybe I was a little premature with that one. We'll hope. How's that, Coach?
Well, that'd be great. And who knows what's going to happen, but we just beat the second team in the league. And that should tell you where we're at, and that we can face anybody. We had an 11-point lead against at halftime of the first place team on Saturday, and so we're getting there. A lot has to happen for us to make it, but hey, we're not ruling it out yet.
Attaboy. That's what we like to hear. Well, Coach, I'll tell you, congratulations. It was a lot of fun doing the ball games. Unfortunately, this is our last one here for the season, but man, you know what made us happy? We started out 0-2.
That's right.
And we ended up 4-2 on this season. So good job to you.
Keep coming back, all right?
We'll do that.
All right. Thanks for having me, and thanks for doing this. You guys do a great job.
Thanks, Coach. Congratulations. Good win tonight.
Thank you.
Jody May, our guest tonight, and a big win for his ball team tonight, man. And I'll tell you what, Jimmy, it doesn't get any better than that. And to be able to settle things like that was a good situation. That's going to wrap it up for us. It was a good season for us. We're 4-2 on the year. It sure was a nice situation for us to be able to come and do this. We hope you enjoyed the ball games as much as we enjoyed bringing them to you. A big thank you, as always, to our crew here tonight. Samantha Murphy, Drea Hill. Drea was our camera operator all year long, and Sam gave you all those great replays here today and through the 6 games that we did. Matt, Aaron, and Bobby Lee, I tell you, we couldn't do anything without Bobby Lee, because he gives us all the ammunition we need to bring you the basketball games on a Wednesday or a Saturday. Ball game being produced tonight by Richard Productions and FJ Productions, and that's pretty much going to do it for us this year. Jimmy, any last comments before we get out of here?
No, just an incredible night. Record-setting night for the women with the D3 national most threes made in a game, and that was a treat to watch.
and a great home win for Coach May's men's squad tonight. And again, like he said, it's not over yet.
Attaboy.
Just keep it going.
For Jimmy Bellamy, I'm Jim Funderburg, and we'll talk to you down the road here on the Briton Sports Network.